this. Okay, it's just me and you, Twitch. We're not gonna share this on YouTube. Wait, that needs to be high. This needs to be low. There we go. Oh yeah, you're also listening to this song. I guess I'll just let it go. I like this song. Okay. So I gave the cutscenes a little thought, and I came up with a solution that I liked. I added a, let me show. Oh no, maybe I will put this on YouTube. I still haven't thought about it yet. I just don't want to put a billion cutscene videos on YouTube. But we'll see. I might keep uploading them, because why the hell not? Maybe you will be here, YouTube. Anyway, my solution was a vignette, which looks like this. There you go. So, yeah, to make it not look like I would, it was to keep it that black background. Yeah, I just put this black vignette around it, and then I moved the picture to be more centered in the screen. So, yeah, all these are the same pictures I used. I just did that little black vignette. So I got rid of some of what I actually worked on. But the good news is now it fits into these scenes a lot better. And now I'm drawing this character. I don't know if I'll keep the vignette going. Like at this point, I should drop it. Probably. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll just keep the vignette. But that was my solution to make this kind of picture translates into this kind of picture really well now with a just pure black background. Is everything good? I haven't really done my systems check. We got a mic, we got desktop audio, cameras there. I think it's Monday right now. My new USB should be coming in by Thursday. I know the camera keeps flickering, but I can't. Yeah, I gotta wait till Thursday till that gets fixed. So the next couple streams might have some flickering camera, but oh well. Everything else seems to be working fine, and at least I'll take the flickering camera over the extra background noise. Speaking of which, I forgot to put my little cover up. That is one extra thing I have to do for the stream, but it's not a big deal. Honestly, what I should do is put a little case or something, like some bars or something, and then I can cut out the back of it, the foam, so that it'll stay where it's supposed to be at, but it's still open up to allow the PC to breathe. So I think I'll end up doing that at some point. Hi, Poppy. You're so cute. Yes, you are. God, come here. I've been ignoring you all day, haven't I? You still doing great? I'm gonna have to go buy her food here soon. That's like $100 purchase. Not looking forward to that. Now that I'm broke. I'm a broke ass bitch. Oh shit. Shouldn't have said that. Okay. I try and keep it family friendly to some degree. But I have a sailor's mouth. I work construction. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Just having some puppy time. Alright. Let's do character designs. Yeah, man. It was fun. It gave me something to do while I'm doing this work. That's always nice. That's why I go into those streams. It's another way of motivating. I'm doing... Where am I? Oh, they're in here. Yeah, I'm doing character designs for this character. I get to show you my stuff now. Oh yeah, you're tired, aren't you? Go ahead. Alright. So this is what she's gonna look like. I've used, I guess I should show this for reference. Not Tom Cruise this time. Use this girl. I really liked what she looked like. This is from Sandman. But I was thinking something along the lines here. I wasn't gonna do dreadlocks though. I wanted to do like some sort of ponytail thing, but honestly, I just like the colorful dreadlocks look. So I was thinking I'll do something like that. I'm gonna give her glasses to make her look a little nerdier. Yeah, there's the dog doing what the dog does. Barking at raccoons. So that's the idea. This is one of my characters. I got 3 main characters because it's Jaws based, but I decided to make this one a female, and she's the one that's going to do all our like tech advancement stuff. He's got a problem with every time she leaves that dog door, she just starts barking immediately, and I always forget to close the door before I start my stream up. I don't know why she's been doing that so much lately. Getting on my nerves though. So I'm trying to figure out like what else am I going to change about this character. I don't know if I'm going to go with the dreads. I did find this really nice picture that I love. I absolutely adore. Right here. I like this art style a lot. So I think I'm going to do something similar to this. Or I'm going to try something kind of in that line. Which that's kind of like dreads, but it's also not. I just kind of like that. And she's got the perfect kind of glasses, so yeah, I like that a lot. I'm gonna do that. Which, it's not the easiest thing to draw though, all these curls. Yeah. It works for what I'm trying to do this cutscene. No, I didn't show it, but this is the thing I'm doing, which is very NES. It's this. So yeah, I'm doing like my intro cutscene to the game, which will be this little black box on like a black square, which is very NES because they had like hardware limitations. So, and it makes it simpler for me, right? I have to draw smaller pictures. I'm cheating. So yeah, I'm just drawing like what's going on. This big orange meteor is coming down. Gonna land in the ocean, big splash. And then we show our main character on the beach. This meteor fragment washes up, and then he picks it up. And then we go cut to a high school where we're gonna kick it off. Basically just like setting the scene of what's going on in the game. Introducing these two characters. Well, we're introducing all 3 of our characters. I'm going to point out, I need to get rid of the vignette right now. They'll point out this meteorite fragment, and they'll look on the news that this meteor has landed. And then him being the dedicated high school teacher that he is, he's going to like teach the students about research by going out and getting this alien artifact. But he doesn't know that there was something on that meteor, and that's my Jaws. My Jaws is an alien Jaws, basically. That was my idea, which also looks like this. So, oh, you saw that. I showed you that. So yeah, my Jaws is this big alien dude. He goes and charters a boat, shows them what he's looking for, the meteorite fragment, and they shake on it, and then they depart to sea, and that's it. That's all the intro we get. We kind of know that, all right, we're out there looking for meteor fragments. I hope that kind of works. Oh yeah, get out of here, go to sleep. I will be up till 4 a.m. my time, 10:30 now, so I'm just getting started. I'm just getting started. Alright, so let's continue this sketch. Actually, I think what I do, let's sketch in another color so that I've got the basics there. It's basically the same thing. I just got to do a bunch of these like curl bits, and that's really it. They come to points, and what is it like at the top? They just kind of like come to a stopping point. That's really it. Good thing I'm not animating this, but this would be a pain. But it's a still image. I don't have to care about that. I might as well talk about this. It's gonna get a little racy, but I'm really worried about drawing a black female because, I mean, it's silly, but I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna make her nose too big. I've traced the nose, but it's so, like, her lips are huge. I shouldn't have said this, but I don't know. Are people gonna call me out for something like this? I mean, where's the picture at? This one that's based on. It was this one right here. Yeah, I traced the picture. I've resized it, but it is based on what her actual proportions are. I think it needs to be like similar to real life though, right? Like if I make her more white, like by shrinking her nose or shrinking her lips, that would be very racist. So I need to not do that. This is one of those weird things that most people probably don't talk about, but I find it's important to address it. Personally, I like a black nerdy character. Okay, background for me. My elementary school and my high school, the area that I'm in, is mostly, it's like mostly black. Our schools, I'd say they're actually more like half and half, but I'd say it's like 60-40 black to white. So I was used to, you know, just being around. Now, the other races though, pretty rare. I hardly ever had any Asian people around me. There's like maybe one or two in school at any point. Of course, when I went to Marine Corps, there's a lot of people, but I'd say the next most common would be Mexican, Latino, because well, I've worked around a lot of Latino people because I work construction. That's another racist comment, but it's true. I don't know. Let's see. Oh my god, this is going to be a really controversial stream. I'm just being honest. I'm being real. So yeah, it was like that, but I could never, honestly, like in my elementary and middle school days, I don't remember a single like black nerdy kid. Like all my nerdy friends, I was with the nerds. All my nerdy friends were white. And I always thought that was odd. And it wasn't until I got into my high school, which was not the normal, I didn't go the normal route for me. I went into a charter school. So at that point, everything flipped, and it was like 90% white and only like a couple black people in the school. It was really like that. It was very strange, but you know, one of the only, I don't know, it was the first time I met like a black nerd kid and, you know, was friends with him. And I don't know, I just found that really interesting. And like, he was so different from all the other kids I'd ever met because he was like really into rock and roll. He reminds me a lot of that kid from Stranger Things, honestly. And then, like, I don't know, it was at that point when I actually started to pay attention to that, right? Like, I never even paid attention to this before then. But it was at that point that I was like, oh, yeah. And I don't know, I became fascinated with that culturally, I guess. I don't know. Honestly, I've never been too concerned about race stuff. The first time I started to really think about it was when I went into the military. I remember I had this kid, he came up to me, and I think he was from my area because he had that southern accent. He was a black dude. But he said to me, like, everyone around here is racist. And I was like, nah, man, it's not that bad. But that was the thing what kind of like woke me up. And I just started like seeing there's a lot of racism. Not generally the military, but we're talking more in California. It was the first time I had ever heard anyone like outwardly like blame another race for their situation in life. I remember thinking it was so strange. Like they said that and it wasn't a joke, it was real. And it was at that point I just started to pay attention. And I was like, yeah, golly. I don't know. I don't think it's too bad. For me and my family, we've always had like a very sort of split, diverse family. Like our family reunions, there's like a black side of the Bakers, it's Black Dutch, and there's a white side. Just dropped that name. Anyway, so yeah, our family reunions usually were like a good mix. And then my like uncle's Puerto Rican. We've got a lot of like, we don't have any, no we do. I have a cousin that's gay, and we have like some friends that are gay. So, I was just always kind of immersed with it. So yeah, it was just, I don't know, something I didn't think about until I was a lot older. I think I was like around 20 or something. To me, being racist was just something that you get called for being white. No, I mean, seriously, it's like an insult that you get in school all the time. Like, man, you racist. It usually often became a joke. That's just kind of how I've always thought of it. Or at least that's how it was for a while. But then, oh, now we're getting to the talk of like, okay, so like inclusivity in video games and like movies and stuff. That's kind of like what this is talking about, right? God, I remember what League of Legends. it went a really long time before they actually added a black character. And I think it wasn't until they added them that they realized, oh, we don't have any black characters. They've got definitely a lot of monster characters, or maybe with I don't know. So yeah, it was at that point. It's like they started releasing like every character that was coming out. But it's important to. I don't know. I want to know what I'm getting at here is what is the balance between like inclusivity and what do I want to say? Inclusivity and doing it for the wrong reasons. Like I'm trying to think what's a good example. Oh, right, The Umbrella Academy on Netflix. It it definitely seemed to me like they had a very like marketing and I don't know, a very bad approach to like all the characters and stuff they added. Like Sandman's got a lot of gay characters in it and like drag characters, but it fits the theme a lot too. So it kind of seems to me like the person who wrote it was really into that stuff. While in Umbrella Academy, it was more like a corporate, marketing move, and it felt really disingenuous. There's a good word. So I don't know. Honestly, I don't like the topic. I want to be inclusive. I don't want to make all my characters white. But this is why I should stick to drawing monsters. Monsters don't care about each other's races, and if they do, we think it's funny. If a red lizard man murders the shit out of a white lizard man, we're just gonna laugh. Oh, no, I said white, green. I got really racist again, but yeah. Oh fuck. I don't know. Racism stuff makes me uncomfortable, I think. That is a very white thing. I'm a stereotype. I just stereotype myself. I like her design though. I think this is nice. It fits what I wanted. But how do I draw this character? Is this good? Ooh, I burped. Is this good? Or should I draw her nose a different way, right? Like this is why I'm addressing this issue, this topic, because it does matter when you're drawing somebody, right? Like, and especially when you're stylizing them. Like, if I'm not careful, I could be very unintentionally offensive. And I want to make sure that doesn't happen. So it is a concern. Oh, fuck. I shouldn't have gone into this. Should we just talk about every single controversial subject I can think of? We're not going to get political. I can have my talk about furries. I draw a lot of anthropomorphic characters, right? In my head, so I'm not totally with the furry community, and here's my explanation for it. It's not the usual one. For me, I've always been into like anthropomorphic characters. So you think that I would like it, but what I don't like about the typical, okay, I'm not using blanket statements, but what the typical furry sort of persona, they're very like, they humanize the character way too much in my opinion. And that goes against what I like about like these alien creatures, these fantasy creatures. I like the aspects where the monster side to them. So I think that's what my thing is with them. It's, I don't know, to me it's like I was really into werewolves, vampires, and other kind of the more supernatural side of it. So I think of it like goth kids compared to like vamp kids, right? You can kind of like merge them together, but the two wouldn't really like that. I don't know what that makes me actually. Am I a furry? Or am I like some other thing that doesn't quite fit in with it but is very similar? Because I mean, I have the avatar. Um, I don't know. I'm very similar. I just don't like the general thinking around and maybe I just fit into like a more of a niche with it, and that's actually pretty normal. Does that make any sense? I think that, I hope that makes sense. Oh man, this is the rated R stream. What else should I talk about? Let's talk about Henta game. Hentai. I really like Henta games. Not gonna lie. And not. Oh, here comes the real cringy part of what I'm getting into here. Henta games sometimes have the coolest stories ever, and I love them because they like at this point you're a sex game, you don't hold back anymore, and I think that's what I really appreciate about them. I just wanted to get that off my chest. If you think it's just about porn, it's not necessarily. Sometimes it is. There's some really cool Henta stuff, or what's the better word for it? Eroge. That are just like, I think everybody should view them and give them a chance. This one goes behind her head. And just so I can back that up, if you don't believe me, you should try a game called I don't remember what it's called now. It's called it's something reincarnation. Nanaro, Nainairo, reincarnation. I think that one would convince a person that there's a lot more to it than just like porno. Honestly, I don't know why I get kind of like, oh yeah, let's talk about that. I'm prudish when it comes to sex stuff, which is weird in my opinion. I grew up watching, well, okay, I'm an internet child, so clearly I've been exposed to way too much porn. But no, I really loved watching, I think it's called Sex Talk. What was her name? Susan something, right? I used to watch that like every night. Did I save this picture? I think I saved it. Yeah. Maybe it's not Susan. Oh, it is. Oh, Sue Johansson. Oh yeah, I used to watch that all the time. I think she's passed away by now. That was fascinating. But yeah, I don't know why I'm so prudish when it comes to like personally. Like, I don't think I can draw porn. I would feel too weird doing it. I've thought about it, of course. I'm an artist who got broke, so of course I thought about it. But I don't know, it's just weird. It's unusual to me. I don't think it would be me. I don't know why. I don't consider myself like, I'm definitely not like the type of person who would react negatively to anything sexual. But when it just comes to my personal approach to it, I don't know. I think there is something here. It's like, probably something with my upbringing to where you have to be very proper. It's a well-mannered in public kind of thing. Like, there's a few little quirks that I have that probably aren't normal. Like the way I eat in front of others, I'm very picky about because of the way that I was raised. So much so that I don't always like eating around other people, especially if it's like a really messy meal. So that's probably got a lot to do with it. Because I don't consider it a socially acceptable thing. I avoid it. But I love seeing other people engage in things that I consider socially unacceptable. It doesn't make much sense, but I wanted to talk about it. I hope I mean, you know what? If I offended you, then whatever. I can't backtrack now. I'm saying my honest opinion on this stuff. I don't know. I am strange though when it comes to the topics. Not just drawing it makes me uncomfortable to talk about topics like that too. Just between me and you, my sex talk was not a normal sex talk. My sex talk was a Bible. So I think I've come pretty far to, manage what I have. I'm not very religious now, though. I'm actually very religious. I'm not I'm not that kind of religious. Yeah, no, I'm not Christian anymore, but I am very religious still. I'm still a very religious person, but it's my own religion now. I don't want to do what other people tell me. I don't want to listen to what they say that they think God is or whatever. I got my own opinion. And, I'm going to keep my opinion, you keep yours. It's cool. That's all I want. I don't think you really need to bring other people into your religion. It should just be between you and God. Oh man, I've got a lot to say on that kind of topic. I don't know if I should go into it. I've changed a lot in my opinion of like religion, good and evil. Yeah. I started off, I was way too righteous minded growing up because of that. It took me a while, probably like a while, as in like most of my life up to this point, to kind of figure out that I don't have to be a good person. I've heard of a lot of people who would hear that would be like, of course you need to be a good person. No, you don't. You can be a neutral person. It's totally fine. Honestly, I think if anything, God would want you to be a neutral person. It's when you're openly antagonistic and harassing and damaging of other people, I think is when you're really sinning. But just being your own I don't think there's anything wrong with it, and it's actually something that you should strive for. I think too many people try to be good and they expect the wrong thing from it. And by saying that, good is by its nature a sacrifice. Anytime you do something good, you're sacrificing your time, your like mental energy, or even you're sacrificing money, or it depends on the nature, or your life. Like all good actions are sacrificing a part of you for the betterment of another person. So thinking that you get anything out of it or deserve anything out of it is already like way off, because that goes against what it is, being good. Being neutral just means that, you know, nothing, it's, you're just being normal. I don't know. And there's no reason to expect more than that. I guess, I don't know. I was at this opinion that I needed to constantly be a good person, and I think it was making me more bitter because I was like constantly giving, and it feels like you never get back the good nature that you give out. I think that's always going to be the case too. So eventually I had to move more neutral, and I think I was better for it. Honestly, I've had a rough time with a lot of things mentally. Um, I have like an attitude problem. I think it took me too long to figure that out too. And by that I mean the attitude problem is the way I perceive my situation in life or something. I don't know. Like, a lot of it was being exposed to a lot of like negativity growing up. And I think, okay, so like the best example of this is like I go to work when I was working my construction job or whatever, and I was constantly in this mode of like, this job sucks and everything I do here sucks and this is bullshit, the having to do this job that, you get what I'm saying. Like, I think it's a pretty normal thing. I think most people do have this problem. It's not just me. But honestly, if you want to change that attitude thing, you just need to start lying. That was my solution. You need to be like, this job is not that bad. We're gonna go, it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna have a blast. When you start thinking and talking like that, I noticed like a massive improvement in my life when I started doing that. One, you just feel better about anything you're doing. But the other thing is other people like you more when you're positive to some degree. I mean, you gotta take it easy, but if you're the person that's like, I don't know, like, this ain't so bad, and you're trying to like cheer people up, or you're just like taking things, you're not constantly exuding negative energy. That sounds so pompous to say it like that, but it really is. I think people like being around people like that. It's the same thing if you talk behind people's backs too much. A lot of people do it, but also other people, whether consciously or unconsciously, don't like people who they know talk behind another person's back, because they immediately relate it to, okay, what's this person saying when I'm not around about me, right? So it's something that you should not do, even if it feels like something like you want to rag on some other person, right? But you need to keep in mind that it's just gonna like lower opinions of you. I find it better to be, it's good to be honest, straightforward, and don't badmouth. They, keep negativity. Don't try and like focus on negative things. And it's not just like the way you feel, it's gonna affect the way other people feel when they're around you. Yeah, what other controversial subjects can I talk about real quick? Let's get it all out in this one stream. That way, I can just make this one private. Too many people give me grief over it. I don't really know what else there would be. When it comes to like politics, I'm not really a political type. I really love fantasy politics. And actually, I remember when I took there's that test that you take in high school. It's like, gives you an idea of different career paths you might be interested in, right? I remember the one that I got that was like my majority win was politics. And I was like, and it was so left field for me at that time, because I was like, I have nothing to do with politics. But it is true that I enjoy it. I don't know. I enjoy it when it doesn't feel like my life is affected by it. I think that's why I don't like politics, is a lot of it feels like something you can't change, and it's negative, right? Yeah, but some of my favorite like books and anime are the political ones. I love fantasy politics. I don't know if I'd have taken like a career in politics if I would have liked it. Sounds like something that somebody with good intentions is not going to have a fun time in politics. And honestly, I've got like a very personally, okay, so what is my like political leaning? It would be, I don't like leaning to any of them, but if any of them, it would be like a Green Party thing. I like anything that's fixing the environment, I'm definitely down for. Not so much, okay, that comes with like its own caveats, but mostly just targeting companies, because companies are like the big issues with environmental stuff. Like going after a guy who, doesn't turn the water off when he brushes his teeth is not the solution. It's these companies that all their packaging is plastic based packaging, right? And it's just single disposable, just dumpsters of plastic. All of that is made with oil, and then there's the way they transport is all traffic based, and it wasn't designed from the ground up with it being a negative. I do support nuclear energy in a way. I work nuclear, so I've got a good opinion on this. I think nuclear's not as bad as I think your normal person thinks it is, but it is also not as great as the people who really support it thinks it is either. I've worked in it. It produces a ton of like nuclear waste, and that's like anything, not just like fuel rods, which are bad, but I'm talking about like rags. If you ever grind something, all that dust is radioactive material. Luckily, I don't think there's many like plastic radioactive waste. They actually stick to papers and cloths a lot of the time, which is great. As far as like the safety stuff, I think in my opinion, it's like, how do I say this correctly? It seems, I don't know, I want to say it's front loaded too much. Like, they do a lot of things that look on paper to be really good and safety conscious, but really they are still a company, like a for-profit 3D company. So a lot of the stuff they say is not things that actually happen because it's impossible to work the job with the safety that they say that they do. And that leads to some really bad employment practices to where basically if the employee gets into any sort of trouble, they'll say, well, we had rules saying you couldn't do that. And, you know, we fired them and we disciplined them, so it shouldn't happen again. But no, they can't do their job without it happening. So it's kind of at that state. So it's kind of like over-tuned for safety. It's very, I don't know. It's definitely better than it was in the 1960s, though. So it's not that bad. But if I'd say anything, it's like a little too much. It reminds me of the military, where the military is like, they basically treat everybody like they're fucking idiots. Where, I mean, and they kind of have to, because a lot of them are fucking idiots. I hate it. I hate to be part of it. Because in a way, you're like, I can see where they're coming from. I think that's the worst part of it, is like, I can see what they're meaning, but it's also driving me insane. Please, with the speakers that are basically like propaganda machines, work safely today, and oh, I used to hate hearing that stuff every day. Drive me nuts. I don't know. Alright, I think she's good. We've got to spin her in now. No, I still haven't come up with names. I'm gonna have to think about that too. Feels kind of good talking about this stuff. Trying to think, is there anything else? I don't know. I'm generally pretty cool. I'm just a very like, well, I'm a loner. So in my head, I've always just kind of been like, I'll do me and you do you, and I'm totally fine with that. It's the ones that like aggressively assert their beliefs on you that really bother me. I also hate people who are so lazy that it's a detriment to your own work. Those really get on my nerves. Like if you have to, I hate cleaning up after somebody else. I hate financially supporting another person. I'm just not that kind of person. I also hate, I'm not really, I always consider myself like, where do I stand on like, because I was in the military, like where am I on a leadership potential? I think would make a good leader, but I don't like leading people. And I'm also not a good follower because I don't like following. So yeah, it's just there's a loner type that is also there. And that's the category I fit into because I just don't like, I don't like controlling somebody else's life or feeling like their mistakes are my mistakes. That's not me. And I don't want them controlling me. So I think that's just how I'll roll. God, should I have said any of that stuff? I don't know. I feel like I'm getting too personal. Probably shouldn't get that personal with anything I put. online. I got bit really hard by social media stuff. I once posted on Facebook something about my job, like they'd screwed the schedule up or something. I might have said something like they're fucking idiots. You know, as you do when you're talking about your job and you're a young person. Yeah, when you work in nuclear, they've got something called Homeland Security, and you can't set your Facebook profile to private. It turns out when you work at a nuclear plant, that doesn't work. So yeah, they got that conversation and printed it out. And to be fair, when I posted that, I even said to myself, I probably shouldn't post that to other people, and deleted it within like maybe 3 or 4 hours. They still got it, and they still showed it to me. And then after that, I was the young person that started this whole wave of like their social media guidelines. I'm the one responsible for it. Oh my God. I almost lost my job there. The only reason I didn't, I don't want to talk about it, but let's just say I got protection. I knew people, but oh yeah. Since that happened, me and social media have not been on friendly terms. I don't share much of my private information for that reason. So when I was seeing like articles of people losing their jobs or all these like famous people getting in trouble for what they said, I'm just like, yeah, I know. I kind of expect it. Did I do this like overlapping thing right here that I'm doing? Honestly, the artist that I'm looking at never did that, so I'm not going to do it either. These where it's closed don't actually have that. Just talk about some more personal stuff though. After just saying that, like would I stay awake at night thinking about I've been thinking about doing a YouTube series, even though I shouldn't. It's just something that keeps popping up in my head. Instead of doing like a top 10 list, I was thinking it would be fun to do like a most memorable, whatever the category is. So like my most memorable games or something. So it's not like my top 10 list or whatever. I can just talk about anything that I remember for whatever reason I remember it for. I thought that would be fun to do. I thought it would be fun to do like a little avatar that actually has like, you know, the kind of animations that they just gesture. And I could do topics like video games, anime. I don't know if I have enough to say about like manga to do one on that. You know, just anything that's memorable, really. It's an easy topic to do. I'd have to script it, and I'd have to do like, honestly, what's scary about that is how do you get all the clips that you need for a video like that? I see videos like this all the time, but it does baffle me like how they go through all the effort of finding all these different clips that they have playing in their backgrounds. Because if I'm going to do like games, I feel like I'd have to play every single game and get to the parts that I'm talking about in the video. I keep thinking about it while I'm asleep though. Like I'm going through the full script of what I would say, even though it's something I probably never do, but it keeps me from falling asleep, and it kind of drives me crazy for that reason. I've done that for a few other things. Like I've thought of like if I was to do a movie or a TV show and animate it, and then I'll go through like the full script thinking about all the different stuff. I got like a honestly the thing that keeps me awake at night is creative energy. This is a funny topic, but it doesn't happen much anymore. But I know before I started doing this digital art thing, I would have this thing that I do when I go to sleep. I don't know if this has like a name or anything. I've heard some people talk about it for other types of media, but for me it's like I would have, it's hard to explain. I'd have like dream pictures where I would think of some random image that it's clearly like it's not something that I'm thinking of, right? It's like subconscious based, or it's something very dreamlike. Like sometimes you have dreams that are just like, how the hell did I come up with that, right? These images that I see in my head were like that, and it always happened like right before I go to sleep. So many times that I was like, I want to just like get up and draw the thing that I just thought of. I still remember one really well. It's like this green guy with like a really bright red large hat. And I don't remember what it looked like at this time, but when I thought of it, I was just like, that would be a really cool picture. I never ended up drawing it, but I used to do that all the time. I've got like this weird, I got this thing where like, I mean, okay, I hear a lot of people talk about like they have really creative thoughts before sleep, but mine's pretty bad. Mine's pretty like intense. And every time I'm about to go to sleep, I get like all my crazy ideas. Most of my stuff with like game dev is like that as well. I'll think of most of my ideas, my solutions to things happen just before I'm going to sleep, which is unfortunate because I'll have to get up, come in here and write it down or I'll forget it. But I mean, if it's that good, usually I will remember it. But if it's a good one, I'm just like, I gotta go write that down. I really should put a notebook in my room. I need a lamp in that room so I can just turn on the lamp, write down what I have in the notebook, and then go back to sleep, or try to go back to sleep. Oh, okay, I know. The thing I was talking about, furries and like overly humanizing things. I think I know. I was just thinking, I'm pretty sure I know why I find it kind of upsetting. Is I'm just, in general, I'm against the idea of humanizing things. Like when you look at an animal and you give it like a human emotion and you think of it like thinking like a human, I don't like that. And the reason why I'm so against that is I think God has been deeply humanized, right? If you're a godly being, like, would you care about humanity? Or, you know, things like that. Like, I don't know, a lot of that religious stuff is just like, in my head, God wouldn't be like that at all. It wouldn't be, like, you're making it too human. You're making it think like a person, but it's an omnipotent being. So, of course it wouldn't. I don't know. I think that's why when I see, like, animals and stuff also get that treatment. It does kind of bother me. Probably because of that. I think the anime Parasite does a really good job of trying to get that through. That's one of the reasons I really like that show. Trying to get through to the it was the Parasite was trying to make the human understand its way of thinking is not my way of thinking, or yeah. You keep thinking of things from your perspective. I just think that has something to do with my empathetical nature or something. I'm always doing that though. Any sort of anytime somebody talks about somebody doing something wrong, I'm just like, well, they probably had a reason. Well, I always try and see it from their point of view. Or maybe, you're jumping to a conclusion and you don't quite know what's going on in their life. I tend to approach all the topics with that, or in that way. I don't know why I started doing that. Okay, it's definitely a book I read that really influenced that on me. I couldn't really say which one. I read a lot of books when I was younger. It was like my favorite thing to do. And there's definitely some books that had big impacts on the way I think. I remember one. I've got the books over there. I'm gonna go show it. Why not? Let's do a little book showcase. Oh. This is it. Oh, I love this book. I don't know if you can see that. Woo! Yeah, Into the Darkness. My old friend. I got too close. I spent a bit of my high school life reading all these books. They're huge. There's a bunch of them. So if you don't know, this is like a fantasy take on World War II. I actually would have had no interest in World War II at all if not for this book. This book really made me interested, and it was the best way to teach me world history because I was really into this. But that book goes into a topic that I think is addressed very rarely. It has a main character, and also, by the way, that book is Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones come along. All, spoilers, but a lot of characters die in that. But yeah, one of our main protagonists. It's got lots of different characters it follows, but one of our main protagonists was basically like a hero character. Everything he did was right and good. He's when he gets into trouble, you kind of feel like it's going to work out and stuff. He ends up getting thrown into a camp, or a POW camp, and he works together with some other. He's a lot of the people in this book are very racist, as was the time. But he was willing to overlook all that stuff and do what it takes to come together and stuff, and he ended up successfully escaping from the prison camp, made it back home, and so yeah, if you're interested in that book, don't, spoiler warning, I'm about to spoil one of my favorite parts of that entire book, but here we go. He ends up getting beaten to death by his deadbeat cousin. And the way the fight goes down is, so the cousin is terrorizing this family. He's basically joined with the enemy side. He's working as a traitor. And yeah, he's just been terrorizing the family of this guy. So when he comes, you're like, all right, he's gonna fix, this problem. But what happens is they're having a conversation. He's figuring out all this stuff is happening. And right when it's about to get heated, the cousin just like blindsides him, hits him with a chair. He ducks back, but the chair hits him on the chin and he gets knocked out and he goes down. And that's all it takes to like knock out a person, right? You hit them on the chin in the right spot, they're out, they're unconscious, at least for a few seconds. And that's all it takes to take the chair and beat them to death and cave their skull in, right? That was such a thing for me because I don't know, that knocked the when you're a kid you think you're like immortal, right? Or you don't think about you could die. That was the point for me where it's like, yes, I could just die for like the dumbest reason. There's no like sense to it. It could just happen like that. And you can be killed by something that is totally not worth your time. Like people die to really stupid automobile accidents all the time by people, I don't know. But I remember when that happened, it just like, it like, I don't know, it really drilled itself in my head like, yeah, I mean, that's reality. That's what it's like. I don't know. When that happened, I started being a lot more cautious with everything. I always considered that, I don't know, before that, I wouldn't think that I would die for something like that. But after reading that, I was like, people, you're most likely to be killed by an idiot who is not watching out for you, and it's not your fault. But yeah, that's how you die. I don't know. You're just something you have to be vigilant about. Those books just have a lot of stuff like that. I don't remember what I was talking about before that got me onto that, so I don't know how to go back to the topic. But whatever it was something I think it was the empathy thing, yeah. Some book that I read did a really good job of, oh, okay. It was probably a Zank book. I love Zank books. They've all got different titles, but they all take place in the world of Zank. Xanth. But he does a couple of his books following like fantasy creatures are the main characters. I think that's maybe what got me thinking in the minds of other people, because he does it really well, like considering what it would be like if you were a little teeny golem, or if you were a nightmare creature underneath the bed. Like he writes whole books about these characters and the struggles they go through. If you're an ogre, I love the ogre story. And that's probably where I get all my like empathetic nature from, is reading those. And he often has like antagonists that have their own reasonings for what they do, and it makes a lot of sense, what they're thinking. And sometimes it's just misunderstood antagonists that are actually doing the right thing. I love it. Like, I think that's definitely why I think like that, is because I read his books when I'm in my development years. Should I talk about social media? Why don't I like social media? Well, okay, I explained one reason I don't like social media. But no, I mean more like Reddit. Every time I post to Reddit, I get like an overwhelming sense of dread, like that other people won't like what I've said. Honestly, it's so much, even though it might not be the truth, it still causes me so much like anxiety. That's the reason that I have to quit things like Reddit. I don't know why that is. I mean, here I am. Why doesn't this bother me as much as posting like a sentence on like a social media site? But here I am talking about really personal topics. A lot of that might be because nobody's watching right now. But even the thought of somebody in the future watching one of these videos doesn't really bother me. I don't know what it is, but I know it causes me way too much stress. That's why I had to cut it out. And then it's even worse when somebody does reply with something hateful. I think PvP games might have done that to me. You get so much like ridiculous, I don't know, feedback in PvP games from just like people you can't even take seriously. That might be what it is. I definitely went a long time. I didn't really care at all, and I was really comfortable with PvP. I played WoW PvP like my entire time playing it, and I was totally fine with fighting people. I liked all the PvP stuff. So it's not like the PvP part I actually really enjoy because I'm pretty good at it. At least most of what I'm doing. I'm terrible at first-person shooters. I'm great at like single-player stuff, but I found out really quick. Online, people are really good compared to me. I understand AI behavior really well, so I'm very good at like cheesing AI or understanding what the AI is going to do. So I tend to do like better than my friends who were really good at multiplayer stuff. I could play single player stuff and would be very good at it. But yeah, it was just like, I think it was League of Legends that really got to me, because in World of Warcraft, if they ever talk to you, it's usually something funny or something not to take seriously. In League, it was always like the way you're playing or any mistake you made. Like, I know I made a mistake, and now you're just like getting on my nerves about it. I don't know. I think that's what it was. It was any sort of social interaction. Anytime you make a failure, it gets like amped up by the social interaction, right, of internet. And it bothered me a lot. So much so that I stopped playing League. And now I can't even like post on internet because it bothers me. At least not like words. I don't know. I think it's got something to do with failure. I feel like I failed at whatever I did, and other people are responding to it. It'll make me. It's probably the reason that I feel so iffy about. I think it's just character trait. Like, I don't want to post. I don't want to make my Steam page because I don't want to. I don't want to be this person that says that they're making a game and then they don't. Right now, if I'd have constantly been telling people about Gazard and how I'm making this game, and I mean, I did it a few times, and the few times I did it, I just feel really bad about it, especially the fact that I didn't actually live up to it. That's why I avoided it, and I know that. It just bothers me a lot. So yeah, I don't want to make a Steam page, or yeah, I don't want people to expect this game before I'm at a point where I'm like, okay, it's almost done. Like, I don't want to pursue a publisher early, because then I feel required to do it, and I feel like I'm going to fail if I did it that way. But if I'm on my own, I can succeed. Honestly, I just don't do well under pressure. Which is, okay, there's another thing. I don't do well under long-term pressure. Short-term pressure, I'm actually amazing at. The few times I've been in like a crisis or panicky situation, I've reacted in the best ways. I'm so proud of myself sometimes. We had a fire once on my sister's front porch. Neighbors come and wake me up, And I'm just like in my house coat, my underwear, and that's it. And I'm like half asleep, and the neighbor's like, "There's a fire on your sister's porch," and I can't get a hold of them. And I'm just like, boom, fire extinguisher, jump over the fence, spray it out. And I'm back in bed in like 10 minutes. I'm like, damn, I just like handled that perfectly. I love it. I don't know. That might be military stuff that helped me with that. I just like, I reacted very well when I'm in a very troublesome situation. But if it's over the long term, I react it's the exact opposite. I just fall to pieces when stress starts like building up and building up. If it's like immediate stress, I'm just like, yeah, I got it. I can handle that. But long-term stress, don't even get close to me. Stay away. The boogeyman. So I'm avoiding that. I should make these perfect circles, shouldn't I? Probably. Glasses are tend to be pretty circular. Getting these to go where they're supposed to go is another problem, though. I think I need to do it on another layer. And I can draw it where it goes. Spinning right now. Oh, right. These have to be thin lines. Okay, let's cancel. Yeah, because there's an inside and an outside of it. I think I am going back to this topic. I want to make, I was just thinking, I want to make this girl like a dark color of black. But that's me being kind of like, I want to do it because it's so uncommon. Usually when you see a person or a black person drawn, they're like a caramel, very light black skin tone. Just kind of want to do it. I just want to do something kind of contrarian for the inclusivity thing. So does that make me, is that wrong? It's a very strange subject. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Am I doing it for the right reason? I don't know, I do like the idea of maybe there's someone out there that will appreciate that I made a character that's similar to them. And didn't just do what is most common. Is that wrong? Am I doing what I'm criticizing like Umbrella Academy for doing it? I'm not doing this as a marketing ploy, or I don't think so. I just want to like, I don't know, I am being contrarian though, I guess. I am a contrarian person, hipster. So I think that's got more to do with it than anything. I do tend to like try and do things that work to buck the trends. And in this case, I think trends are, if we're talking about drawing an African American person, the trend would be, in my opinion, to, they're not a nerd, their hair is very white, right? It's very straight and like they just had a perm. Skin would be more caramelized. And then probably facial features, even like this one I'm looking at, it's not too bad, but looks like the nose isn't quite realistic. Sort of, I don't know. And that way you can say, well, it is a caricature. I suck at saying that word. But so it makes sense that some things are going to be different, like the size of the head is skinnier, the neck's thinner. Most people draw things in a more idealistic way, but then is that racist? If you, maybe, I don't know. It's iffy. Maybe I shouldn't, I don't know, I want to talk about it. But it's definitely not like a kosher topic. I need to draw the glasses before I do this part. But then I'll admit, I am influenced by the couple stories that I've seen where somebody's like, thank you for putting somebody like with using what is it, sign language in your game or in your movie because you never get to see it or something. And my daughter loved that. So, I mean, that is kind of influencing me. I know that I am going to do, I got key bindings in the game, and a lot of reason for that isn't really, I've watched like a lot of videos about accessibility, but honestly, my main reason is I actually saw it in real life. A guy had or a guy I used to know, he only had one hand, lost one of his hands, or one of his arms. So, but he played the Game Boy Advance, and I used to just love watching the way he did it. He did basically he played with his thumb and his pinky with one hand, and he was like, he's big into like games that you wouldn't even expect. He's playing fighting games. Street Fighter, that's the one that he was playing. When I saw him, I was like, damn, you can play Street Fighter with one hand? Like, yeah. And he was talking, man, I wish I remember this conversation more. He was talking about the things that he hates about the way games are designed, or the way, like, yeah, because they make it hard for him to actually play. I don't remember the things he talked about. They were really good points, though. But I know one major thing that you can do if you want to help somebody with an accessibility issue is just key bindings so that they can set up their own control scheme. Makes a huge difference because not everybody has two hands. Not everybody has functioning hands. Like friend of ours, they like to foster kids, and there's this one foster kid. He was wheelchair bound, and his like left hand was constantly in like a hook position, so he could hardly ever use it. And his other hand was also like he had trouble like motor with it. He was really into every game you could have that had it's those like, what's the most recent, Legend of Grimrock, those style of games where you like move around with a mouse. He loved games that you can move solely with the mouse. He was big on that, and that's actually something, now that I'm talking about this, I might want to make it to where I can play you can play this entire game with the mouse. Maybe I'll do like an options menu thing where it's like fully mouse driven. I think I will do that now that I'm thinking about this, because that's true. He wouldn't play my game unless it had only mouse controls, because that was the only thing he could use properly. He was really into games though, because he's wheelchair bound. Of course, he's going to be drawn to things you can do from the computer. But yeah, I like those. I don't know about colorblind stuff. Colorblindness is such a weird thing for me. I'm glad that I have full color. I love colors. Actually, if there's one thing I got against gay people, has any sentence ever started with that? It was good. No, I got a good one. If there's anything I got against gay people, is they stole the rainbow. I love the rainbow. No, I can't use a rainbow without being part of that group. That's hilarious. No, I'm joking, but it is true. Like, you can't, like, for example, I used to put rainbows. I can actually prove this too. Yeah. Now you won't think that I'm homophobic. Where is he? Here it is. Oh yeah, look. Here's my proof too. I used to love the rainbow, and I put it on my dragons. There we go. Obviously inspired by like Breath of Fire, but it's got like more of an anthropomorphic thing. But I love this idea of like a big rainbow wing thing. And yeah, I used to do this all the time. Like the wings would be rainbow colored. And I stopped doing that when it became you know. So that is true. That I am a little upset about that. Though now it doesn't really matter. I can draw rainbows if I want. But people are going to assume based on it now that I have this agenda, I think. I don't know. It's a silly thing. I don't really care that much. Oh yeah, I was going to draw that. What happened to that? Oh man, I started drawing other stuff here because I got distracted. I only drew those two lines, which was done. But let me fix that real quick. We need to finish what we're doing. I actually wondered, did Lucky Charms ever like change any of their stuff? No, it wasn't Lucky Charms. It was Skittles. Skittles was Taste the Rainbows, right? I wonder if that affected them at all. I don't think they've ever changed their slogan or anything. I know that Tony the Tiger has been absolutely destroyed by the furry community. It's actually hilarious because they tried to make a Tony the Tiger like Twitter account or something, and they had to shut it down because there were so many people going on there like, I want to fuck you, Tony. They're just gotta be trolls, but it's yeah, apparently Tony's really popular in that community. And if you try and make a Tony the Tiger Twitter account, you gotta expect it to happen. It's hilarious. Oh man. I love that story. Somebody was telling, I don't remember where I saw that, but somebody was talking about it with like a very strict, like marketing sort of personality. And when she read that off, she was just, it was just, I was laughing so hard. Yeah, we'd get, she was like, she just did not look like the type of person to be addressing this topic, but she's like, yeah, we got texts like, or we got messages like, I want to F you, Tony. Oh man, it's hilarious. Didn't draw it here, but I think I will. No, it's because it was kind of in the black there. Yeah, Antho characters have gone through a lot of weird stuff with the internet. Like Breath of Fire has got a lot of like frog people and like mole people and fish people. I know a lot of cartoons. It's not like, I don't know. It's something they have to be aware of now. I wonder what the creators of My Little Pony think about everything that happened with their, what they worked on. I am sure they never expected that. I don't want to spend forever on this. I really want to get this game done. I need it to be done. And I'm trying to think, like, how much should I shortcut on these cutscenes? I'm spending all night doing this, like, character design thing. It's probably what's going to happen. But this is also going to save me work. I'm going to have to draw these pictures eventually, I think. So I should be able to use every one of these pictures that I did for her and the other one. And they'll just, like, you know, I'll plop them in and there you go. Maybe draw a hand to go along with them. But, so, you know, I'm front loading some of the work here. And maybe I can just copy paste some pictures. I can even change, like, the outfits or something just to make them a little different, or the way they're shaded, because I'm not, like, merging them together. And oh my god, I just started this one, right? Yes. I am drawing on the sketch layer. Alright, only 3 lines were screwed up. That's fine. Do that again. I'm glad I noticed it now. I'll say I'm most thankful for that. I could have gone way farther into the drawing before realizing that, and it's impossible to clean it up. I just have to start over. Hey, that's one of the things when you know you are an experienced digital artist. When you have a mess up and all you think about is, oh, thank God it wasn't as bad as it could have been. I think that's a good bar to separate the yeah, to figure out how, like, long you've been doing it. I guess I am going to upload these to YouTube. Who the hell not? I've been trying to name all the YouTube videos based on the content of them. But in this case, I'm just going to have cutscenes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? I hate to do that. That was one of my major reasons. Honestly, I thought it would go faster than, like, animations and stuff. Then again, I guess a lot of the animation stuff I did do off stream, right? I'm not really giving that credit. But there's definitely a lot of animating stuff that I'm like, okay, I'm gonna complete these animations. So I just feel like streaming. Actually, I was thinking about pulling up a YouTube video like I used to do. Thing is, I wasn't gonna put it on YouTube. I can listen to YouTube stuff. I'm still addicted to Caitlin Doty. Ask a Mortician. Her stuff, her content's always great. Perfect for this kind of thing too. She tells so many like interesting stories. Oh, if you want to talk about racist stuff too, you should listen to some of the stories she tells. If there's ever a situation where you are stranded on a boat or stranded on an island with a lot of people that are of not your race, you need to be really careful because they're probably going to eat you first. Oh, it's fucked up, but it's reality. And yeah, a lot of black people have been eaten in those kind of situations. Like a lot more than I thought. It's pretty crazy. Actually, talking about drilling other races, I've got a funny story. In boot camp, there's somebody who, it wasn't me, but it was somebody who gets tasked with drawing things. I don't remember the name they gave him, but basically there is like a boot camp artist. And one of the things he was tasked with drawing was our drill instructor, who was a black guy, and the artist was white. I don't know how this came about. For some reason he didn't draw the drill instructor. He had to have drawn something else because for some reason he drew a nipple, and he drew the nipple pink. And it set every black person in that place off. Because everybody coming up showing him like, did my nipples look pink? I completely forgot about this story. Yeah, I remember that happened. It's like, I never really thought about it before, and I kind of felt bad for that guy. He just assumed that their nipples were pink. And he got shit for it. Funny story. I don't know what he was drawing. Maybe he was drawing a naked girl. I mean, there's a lot of naked girls on in military drawings too. Yeah, that was funny. I fucked up. I need to do a new layer. These glasses. You did it again. Constantly doing it. He knows it annoys me. Alright, if I don't remember next stream, I'm closing that dog door. It's bugging me. Honestly, it might not even be that annoying. I remember this one streamer I used to watch would constantly get onto his dog because the dog was always snoring during his streams. But you could never hear it on the streams. I know you can definitely hear the barking, but... And, I mean, even if you could hear it, I don't think anybody would really care that much. It just It's annoying. I don't know. Because it's a loud noise, it just suddenly happens. This is the most racist looking nose I can think of. Because it's got a lot of emphasis on the nostrils. That one does too. That didn't really bother me then. I guess it's not that bad. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking things. But it's just like my white character, I didn't even give him nostrils, right? I did. Well, he's got nostrils there. Here he does. They're just very small, as would be. I'm overthinking this a lot. That one looks kind of like mirrored. I don't even know what I was doing there. Guess that's the bottom of the nose. Alright, yeah, I'm overthinking it. I think she's really pretty. Yeah. She looks even better in glasses. Mm-hmm. I like that nerdy look. This looks kind of weird. I obviously don't draw women very much. Like, I draw people very little, and women even less so. I should probably do some like figure drawing, some more of that. I need to practice it. Because this looks strange, even though I drew it based on a draw or on a real thing. I just, you can't really make out her body shape with that big coat. I'm not gonna draw the body based on this. I actually had a really big crush on one of the girls from, what was it? It was from, Are You Afraid of the Dark? Kind of reminds me of her. It was the episode where there was like an old man in the form of a creepy looking kid was sucking the souls out of people, right? Or he was stealing their age, making everybody old around. I just learned today that apparently Croc was a Yoshi game, or it started off as one. They made it like a Yoshi 3D platformer, took it to Nintendo. Nintendo said no, but then Nintendo comes out with Mario 3D. Apparently, the dev of Croc said that Super Mario 3D borrowed a lot of his ideas. So that's an interesting bit of controversy. think I completely overlooked something. I've only done like the individual strands here, but there's actually like a bunch of strands in the background as well. Yeah, if I consider, I completely forgot that this is gonna look like little noodles if I don't put the background part of it in. I'm gonna have to do that. Go back in through all these. Okay, what's this bit that I've omitted? Oh, I see. It's just little connecting bits that are ordered in the long strand, so like this. That way it's a solid color. That means all these lines have to go away. All fun. That's the only one that's got to go. Skip that one. Didn't even do that one. This is the most racist nest. Right. I'm not gonna have that from you anymore. Staying inside the damn house. Doggy door is off limits. Do her eyelashes. Yeah, I should do that. That is kind of a girl thing. I say that, and I've got the biggest, loveliest lashes in the world, though. Big enough to make any woman jealous. Good morning. Right after I'm done with her, I'm going to draw my other main character. Might as well. That's the one I'm not too sure what he looks like. I was thinking sort of a Cuban or Puerto Rican looking person. I'd like to draw my uncle. Because when I think of captain on an ocean vessel, that would be him. He was captain on an ocean vessel, so... Maybe I'll do that. I need to find some pictures of him though. I mean, I do remember him, but I don't think I could draw him from memory. I like some pictures when he's younger. When he was in more, you know, in a better shape. I really liked him growing up. He was like the cool uncle. And man was crazy about fishing. But I've heard some really bad stuff about him too. He did not treat my cousin, my gay cousin, very well. So, ooh, yikes. I think they might have gotten, their relationship got a lot better. I don't know exactly. I know it really messed my cousin up though. Ended up, they got divorced. So, something really bad happened. I just don't know any details. I never wanted to ask or dig, you know. Kind of a shame. When, like, most of my memories are really good, like, of him. Seemed like a real awesome dude. Crazy about fishing. He could cook, like, amazing. Every time we go fishing, he'd come back and clean everything up. We'd have a big old feast. He loved crab. I got my obsession with crab from him, probably. Honestly, I think he affected our whole family with that. Because our family loves crab. Probably from those big gatherings. Good crock pot boil is a fun way if you don't want to do a barbecue. Honestly, we do crock pot more often than barbecues in my family. And as a Southern person, that's saying something. Southern people like their barbecue. I haven't had barbecue in a while now that I think about it. I should probably do that. Actually, oh, let me tell you about what I've been doing. I started making, I made a, okay, this is going to sound weird, but I made a sandwich. And not just any sandwich, no. Because I've never actually made like a really good sandwich. It dawned on me one day while I was at work, looking at the deli and all the stuff they've got. And you know, I'm making bread every day, and I just started thinking like it'd be fun to make like a really like kick-ass sandwich for a change, instead of like my usual sandwiches are the most boring thing, you know, like a Kraft single and that packaged turkey or something, some mayonnaise and some mustard, you know, just the most boring thing possible. So I wanted to do something fancy. I got some sourdough bread, which had the biggest fucking holes in them. They were like Swiss cheese. They're not supposed to be like that, but I got unlucky, I guess, because my bread had massive chasms in it. But anyway, I got, yeah, a nice big sourdough loaf. Went to the deli and had them, this is the first time I've ever used the deli like this, but had them like slice up meat. Got some like actual turkey slices. Oh, it's so good. I'm getting to that. I got some Gouda and some provolone. I got provolone because that was one I liked. I was trying to do things that different, but provolone is one that I know that I like on a sandwich. And Gouda, I don't think I've ever really messed around with, so that's why I want to try it. And I know Gouda's a pretty popular one. So I did Gouda. I got some mayonnaise, I got some Dijon mustard, and I tried some ranch dressing. Wasn't too sure about that one, but I wanted to give it a shot. Bought some fresh tomatoes, some red onions, and some romaine lettuce. I never messed with romaine lettuce, so that one's kind of new. The other ones, those are just my favorite tomatoes and onions. And then, okay, so I cooked the sourdough bread. I dropped it in a pan with some butter. I let the butter melt, and then I dropped it on the pan. Let it cook for like a minute or two on both sides till it gets toasted. I'm not using a toaster, but I toasted it in the pan. And then I seared the turkey, because I read a little thing online, like how do you make a better sandwich? And there was a nice little blog, somebody talking about it, a chef. But he says, bring up, you know, heat your meats up, sear them. Use salt and pepper. Most people forget that you can put salt and pepper on a sandwich, but it's really good. So I did that. Heated up my onions. Built the whole thing. The only thing I forgot bacon. Bacon would have made the sandwich just the next level. But put it all together. I put ranch on one, and I put everything on the other. And then I heated it up in the microwave for like 15 seconds to melt the cheese. The guy in the blog post was very adamant about melt the cheese. So I did that, and he said just microwave it, it's fine. But yeah, man, that sandwich was fucking amazing. And it is so weird because out of all the recipes I've been doing, it never really occurred to me until now that you can have a really good like sandwich as a dinner option. So now it's one of my things. I've put it on my list of things that I can eat every now and then. But the big issue with it is you have to buy like a whole loaf of bread. So I'm going to be eating sandwiches until that loaf of bread's gone. I probably got like 2 more days of sandwiches. So it is a commitment in that way, which I don't really mind. That means I'm eating less fast food. But now I gotta buy some more meat. I think I might just get like some sort of ham or something, or roast beef. That might be good. Maybe I'll just get two types. And I like having I like the club style on a sandwich. But yeah, no, I totally recommend it. If you haven't made a good sandwich, I think it's worth it. It's definitely it was like the best sandwich I've ever had. I don't have too many. Like my ideas for sandwich are the occasional sub I have. Okay, we've had some road trip submarines that have been pretty good, but I'm not considering them in the same class of sandwich. It's a totally different experience, right? I'm talking like actual normal sandwich, and not sub, basically. But yeah, I think I had a Reuben once from like a diner because I'd never had a Reuben. I like to try new things when I see them, and it was okay. But yeah, besides that, I'm not big sandwich guy outside of like the poor man sandwiches that I make sometimes. But this was great. It was a good thing. Um, Definitely recommend it. It's not hard at all either. And like everything I just talked about, there's no steps involved. There's a little butter in the pan, but other than that, you're just like searing stuff for a minute or two, right? It's not really cooking anything. And it's super great. So, yeah, if you're watching this, give it a shot. It's not hard to do. Go to the bakery, get yourself good ingredients. It's still like you'll get all the best ingredients and still barely spend any money at all. It's a good idea. Up your sandwich game. I'd like to experiment with a few types of cheese and stuff. I'm pretty taste blind though. I don't really care. Honestly, in my opinion, most of my meals end up becoming like, yeah, I exclude all the steps that annoy me or create extra dishes because fuck it, it doesn't really make a big enough difference. I'm pretty simple with it. I actually made like a big list of all my favorite meals. Got like 26 on there now. Oh yeah, here's a picture of that bread. Look, I'm not even kidding. You can look at it. Oh, I gotta exclude the phone number here though. Alright, there we go. Yeah, that's that bread, if you can see that. It's got huge holes in it. Messed up. Okay, here's my favorite dinners. Some of them are going to be confusing, but not hard. There's white spaghetti. What I call white spaghetti is basically well, I grew up having red spaghetti, right? Which I think everybody knows what normal spaghetti is, but white spaghetti is different to me because it's usually like chicken, cream cheese, a lot of like mozzarella and Parmesan. You can throw zucchini in it. I think zucchini is really great. And then as far as tomatoes, it's usually just like a tomato that's been diced up or cherry tomatoes that have been split in half. So there's not much red in it. That's why I call it a white spaghetti. They're really good and they're really easy to make. You can usually you just buy like a big thing of chicken. Spaghetti is so easy to cook. Like 10 minutes in boiling water will cook it to about the right level. And the ingredients itself is like you throw it in a pan, heat it all up, cook the chicken first, and then add stuff to it, and then add the sauce and make it nice and creamy, and then combine it all together. Make sure you like stir the noodles in the sauce so it all mixes all over the noodles real good. That's an important step for spaghetti. Don't just top it, because if you top it then the noodles are plain. It sucks. My only suggestion with spaghetti stuff. So white spaghetti, red spaghetti, something I call pepper chicken, which is just like lots of bell peppers, chicken again, and feta cheese is an important part. Really good. That's really it. I mean, there's some extra stuff you can add, but Now, I'm not going to go into all the ingredients on this stuff. There's pork and mashed potatoes, steak and mashed potatoes. A lot of these are pretty basic, like chicken and rice, steak and rice, chicken and like pasta noodles. There's cauliflower, pancetta, and like macaroni, but not macaroni like penne noodles or something, right? Like macaroni style noodles is what I'm saying. I just use macaroni because that helps me remember it. But yeah, cauliflower, pancetta. Pancetta is just like a type of bacon, like bacon bits. Really good. Mixes really well with cauliflower and those noodles. I don't remember what kind of cheese. I think I like mozzarella cheese, maybe. You can definitely make it spicy. It's good if it's got like chilies in it or something. I like chili. I have a chili recipe that my mom gave me, which is really great. It's just ground beef with chili powder in it. You have to find it at the store. Canned tomatoes, which that was something to me, but the canned tomatoes actually do make it way better because I think the important bit there is the canned tomatoes have been sitting in their juices for a long time and they're already like peeled. So yeah, just a can of tomatoes, you pour the whole thing, pour like two cans, pour the whole thing in there with your meat. And yeah, he's right. It was the right way to go. I like kidney beans. You got to drain the kidney beans because the kidney bean water is too rich, in my opinion. I like poblano or bell pepper or jalapenos. Put them in the chili. Really good. And it helps to throw some cheese or some crackers on it now. Chili stuff. Tuna salad. I mean, that's pretty basic. That's one of my favorites. Normal sandwiches. Tuna salad sandwich. Taco salad. I like taco salad. Something I call monster hash browns, which is just really normal hash browns, but lots of stuff in it. Like, yeah, it's just like big stuff and big chunks. So instead of like little hash browns, it's big like rectangles of potato, right? That have been fried in vegetable oil. It's definitely not healthy in any way. One of the reasons I got this double chin is because I really like monster hash browns. Got a lot of like, you got to put cream cheese in it. I'm a big fan of cream cheese now. After cooking with it, it really does like just taste great compared to other cheeses. It makes like a saucy kind of texture. It's really good. But yeah, there's lots of cheeses you can add to. I mean, if you've had hash browns, it's basically that. It's just everything is knocked up to 11. And then put eggs in it because I like eggs in my hash browns. Then I've got like egg sandwiches, sandwich and chips is what I got. I've been rolling this number randomly to pick what meal I'm gonna do. That's why I put them in this like numbered format and just kind of figured out all my meals. Because now I just roll a random number, 1 to 26, and it's just like, okay, that's what I'm making tonight. Pork and rice and zucchini. I mean, that's like pork and rice basically, just like zucchini with it. Sausage, pepper, mac. Yeah, it's again like the pepper and chicken one, but you use sausage instead. And usually it's something spicy. Spicy shrimp spaghetti. So like spaghetti, but with shrimp and spicy stuff in it. Shrimp's always expensive here, so I might skip over that one a few times. Shepherd's pie. I mean, that's pretty standard. I don't like putting the mashed potatoes on my shepherd's pie, but I just kind of like put it next to it. I don't know if that makes it shepherd's pie anymore, but close enough. Mushroom cavatappi, which is just mushroom noodles. And lots of cheese, cream cheese. And then they've got hamburgers, hot dogs, patty melts. I still haven't made a patty melt. I want to. I'll put it on this list. It's one of my to-do meals. I just really like a good patty melt. And the only time I ever get them is when I go to a restaurant. But there's no reason I can't cook it myself, right? I'd like to make a good patty melt. Sloppy Joes. I like Sloppy Joes. And pancakes. So I got 26 meals that I like. That's all I could think of. There's I didn't put any barbecue on there. I've never really done any barbecue cooking myself. I've eaten lots of barbecue. That's something I should probably do. I don't know what kind of barbecue sauce I would like. I feel like I need an instructor if I'm gonna do barbecue. Maybe I can go get a part-time job at a barbecue place next. That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, if I get fired from this job, I'll do that. I'll go work at a barbecue place. I like barbecue sandwiches a lot. But barbecue chicken's good. Honestly, barbecue anything's pretty good. I say that, but yeah, I haven't done any cooking of any of those. What was I saying? Meatloaf? I'm not a fan of meatloaf. That meatloaf was always the meal that I wasn't huge on as a kid. It's not bad. It's just we had it all the time because it's an easy thing to make. So that made me not a big fan of meatloaf. I also don't like lasagna. Lasagna, the only reason I don't like it is I don't like the cheese that's in it. I don't know what that is. But whatever it is, it sticks to my like my mustache and it stinks. It's the same thing when I go to Pizza Hut. If I have a Pizza Hut pizza, whatever cheese they use sticks to my mustache and I just smell cheese for like a day or two and it's the worst experience ever. That's why I just can't eat there. That was the song starting, right? Yeah. Did I forget anything? So eyelashes? Yeah, I can do eyelashes. Let's do that real quick before I forget. Eyelashes are cute. Actually, I'm going to fill these in as well. I'll just make it easier on myself. I'll have to erase this bit later. I want to make like a full-size image. But for now, it should be. And just like I did with the other character, I'll design their shirt when it's needed, because they might be in different clothes in different scenes. Well, this one's a problem. Alright, so where's your neck? Your neck's in here and it comes down probably along here. And we're just gonna make you androgynous. Let's just do that. We don't have to define the breasts that much. They're going to be underclothes eventually. Oh yeah, and then I forgot the important part here. Basically just drawing RimWorld people right now. What did I call this before? Front? Front. This one's up. That one would be down. I don't even know if I'm going to use all these. If I don't use them in the cutscenes, I'll probably use them on a title or like some sort of game art, promotional art. Right, so it's still not wasted. Easier if I do this one at a time. But remember if this part here is supposed to be transparent or not. I don't think it is in this one. It's another one that it is. Okay. Thought that was screwed up. That out later. Too hard to select. Go in, clean this up. Be too bad. There's not too many spiky bits. These all curves, which is actually a nice contrast to our main character. Slow down. Our main character's got like, our player character. He's got lots of spiky features. He's got lots of curvy features. So what would the third guy have? What's not spiky or curvy? Yeah, that's right. You ain't going nowhere. Stay in here. Why are you trying to go out there and bark? Um, I don't know. I do wonder if I gave her enough to do in my cutscenes. She was supposed to be the one on the beach, but I ended up taking that back because I wanted the first character we meet to actually be our main character. So I took that away from her. She's supposed to be the one who does all the like engineering stuff. That was what I was thinking. So basically, she's the one that builds a submarine and the dive suit, and probably get you the scuba suit as well. She's just like basically a teacher's pet, is what I was thinking. But also the one that's helping out the most. And the face of the class. The captain of the ship, he's just there to get eaten at the end. Let's be honest, the captain has to get eaten. That's the rule. I never put her on the boat though. It seemed a bit odd to have her, a student, go out on the boat, but it, you know, in Jaws, all three characters were on the boat. But I could just make her not a student, and she could be, or make her instead of a high school, it could be a college. This seems weird to like endanger a minor if you know that there's an alien shark out there eating people. I don't know. Let's look at that. What jobs did I give her? Let me make sure all these characters matter, right? They should all have their own purpose in the story. It's just I have a very bare bones story, which makes it hard to like fulfill three characters. Alright, so here's the scenes that she's in. Well, we know about the intro stuff. She's the one who sees the fragment that's on the desk. So originally she was supposed to be the one that's showing the teacher, our main character, the fragment that she found on the beach. But I changed that. So now she's just the one pointing out the fragment and asking about it. And that's really it for the intro. So she doesn't really have much other than we know that she's one of his students to start with. So when we researched the meteor fragment, I wanted our main teacher to kind of like be inspecting it. He's going to hit it with a hammer and cause like a big explosion. And then I wanted her to see that it, you know, has amazing energy in it, and she gets a light bulb and touches it to it and shows that the light bulb lights up. So that's one of her things. That's the kind of show that, yeah, she's smart. And you can see the potential in it, which will lead to her building these crazy things. I've made her Steve Urkel, now that I think about it. I mean, that was kind of the idea. Oh, God. That's right, Steve Urkel. He's the big nerd, isn't he? But Steve Urkel just always on the show building impossible things, right? And that was kind of the idea. I think maybe that led into this too, this decision. I wasn't really thinking about it, but yeah, I was thinking about Steve Urkel, the way he builds robots and whatnot, and just like all the impossible science shit is just, hey, you know, that's how we explain it. And this was going to be kind of the same situation. She is all the impossible science shit that happens. That, you know, makes the game feature. I don't know about this wetsuit or the scuba suit. I had an idea, but I didn't like it. I don't remember what it was, but I was just thinking somebody's got to give our main character the scuba suit. I guess I don't know if that would be her or that would be the other. I guess that would be the other character, the captain. I think the captain would find an old scuba suit and give it to our main character. It makes sense, right? He's been chartering this guy out who's in a snorkel. Yeah, I'm gonna make that note. All right. All right, so the depth finder thing. Honestly, I think the depth finder is going to be another captain one. I was having her be the one that was working on the depth finder. Like, she's supposed to be the one that gives you all the upgraded things. But the depth finder isn't really an upgraded special thing, it's just a normal depth finder. So it makes more sense that the captain would give you something normal. She gives you something extra normal. I could mix the two and have oh, I like that idea. So the idea is the captain has a broken depth finder. And she sees it and fixes it, something like that. So I'll probably do like a cutscene where she notices the broken depth finder, and yeah, the captain's like, you know, I don't know how to fix it, and she just goes and works on it. And then once she fixes it, she gives you a big thumb up and a smile to show that, hey, you've got the depth finder now. I like that. Alright, I think the captain and I really need names for these people. Captain and teacher right now. But captain and teacher are the ones that put the map together, because they're the ones that are out on the boat. I don't think she's going to be on the boat. I don't know, I think I need to get her on the boat though. She's got to be there with our characters. So all three characters, yeah, she's got to be there, right? She's the main character. There needs to be 3 people on the damn boat. I gotta figure out how to get her there. She's just gonna be your assistant or something, right? It just seems kind of weird to me that a student would go helping their teacher with this little science project. It's not that weird, I suppose. Unless I make her not a student or something else. Then I could make all the kids in the class a little bit younger. They could just be... I don't know. I don't like the assistant idea. That makes her more of a secondary character. A tag along, right? You know, Indiana Jones. I don't want to do that. I want her to be her own person. Well, the super original idea that was that she's the marine biologist that comes in. Maybe I can pull that back in. I just got rid of that because why does a marine biologist meet up with a teacher? Maybe I make her a marine biologist again. I think that I like that idea more. It fits more to the Jaws storyline too. That's what the nerdy guy was. Is there any other type of person that would be accompanying a teacher who's like researching a meteor and a captain who's just been paid to, you know, he's a mercenary? Okay, so we've still got like the same dynamic, but instead of like in Jaws, it's the sheriff, and the sheriff feels like he has to do it because people are dying and, you know, he's failed to protect them. That's why he goes out on the ship, even though he's terrified of the ocean. My teacher is just more of a curious sort of person. Like, that's what I had in my head, is he's the type of, like, has to find the answers no matter what the danger. But once he starts seeing people get hurt, then he knows he's got to do something. Right? Just typical hero type. I think the captain's sort of the same way. Starts off, he's just getting paid to do it, but then he's also, I mean, all the characters should basically be hero types. They all started for their own personal reason, but once they realized, you know, what's going on, then they have to go solve it. Okay, so we're changing who she is. So how does a... Okay, I was just asking, what else could she be if she's not a marine biologist? Why would she be on this boat, and how do I get her on the boat? It would be a big help if she's just part of the school somehow. She wouldn't be the principal. She could just be the biology teacher. Maybe two teachers are just heading out. Alright, she'd be interested in... Oh, wait, no, she's got to be the engineer. So she wouldn't be the biology person. At least not unless I rewrite the other character to be... Somebody's got to be the engineer, damn it. Yeah, an engineer in school. I mean, what is she? The head of the shop class? Shop class isn't really even a thing. Okay, so the reason she would be there, she is interested in the energy potential of the meteorite fragment, right? That's clearly like the easiest thing to latch onto. He sees that there's potential in the meteorite fragment. You know, I could just make her his wife too. That would be a good reason for them to be together. Didn't really think about that. Oh, she could be a mechanic. right? Maybe she's working on the boat when he comes to charter the boat. And then that's when she gets involved. She's just like one of the one of the mechanics that happens to be on the dock at the time and decides to tag along. And then that would explain why she's got a shop and she can build a submarine. Yeah, that works really well. I should do that. Okay, how do I write that into the story? Oh, I really should have thought about this before I got to this point. Yeah. I'm gonna have to take a... Let's finish coloring. No matter what she is, I can still color her and shade her. And then I'll figure out, like, she doesn't have any clothes on, so we can exchange school clothes with mechanic clothes pretty easily. Alright, that's good. Let's get rid of this atrocious red color. Ah, for a blinding white. Alright, skin color. I'm actually tempted to just drag directly from one of these images, because he's about the same color as this. Hello. Link you to this project? I don't really have anything to share. I mean, you can check my YouTube and see hours and hours of content, which is below, but I don't have like a theme page or anything yet. I can show you some of it though, if you want to see. It's a Jaws clone. If you've ever played NES game Jaws, I'm making a game. So this is what it looks like. And I have it all running and working. If you go to my YouTube, you'll see that. I don't have any... I didn't do any good, like, clips of it yet. Should probably do something like that, but it's a lot of work. But yeah, it's a Jaws clone. You basically shot a side-scrolling shooter, but with looting and progression. So you go collect things, take them back to the dock. You avoid the big alien shark, which looks like this. And you basically keep upgrading until you're able to fight it, and you face it in the final showdown. Pretty simple game. I'm a solo dev, so I do everything myself. And I've been streaming it from the start, so yeah, if you want to see how a game is made, beginning to end, with a guy doing all the work, it's a good way to figure all that out. Yeah, the cutscenes is just that part of the game. So these are my characters. I've got this dude, I got her, and then I got one more that I draw after this. But I'm just drawing them at various poses so that when I come to that point in the cutscene, I just grab the one that I want, drop it in there, and draw clothes on them. I'm using GameMaker Studio. GameMaker Studio 2, Clip Studio, I have a Wacom Intros Pro, and that's it. I'm going to use FL Studio when I get around to music. That'll be fun. I have no idea what I'm doing with music. But I've got the software ready to go. I just got to learn how to use it. Alright, let's try this color out. That looks pretty good. What's the secondary color on this then? Do I want to start light and then... No, I think I start dark and then brighten to that one. Maybe that's too bright though. I'm using the show Sandman as a reference because I thought this girl looked very interesting. And I love her colored braids. I want to do something like that. That's good. Yeah, I think I used Game Maker Studio back when I was in like high school, but at that time, it wasn't really like a respectable program. So I always thought that it was kind of weak, or it's not something you would seriously use. And then I found out like Spelunky and Dead Cells were all made in Game Maker Studio. I was like, oh, I should just use that. So I dove into that, and that's what I've been using ever since. I've gotten pretty good at it too. I like it. I think it's good. It fits me, fits my style pretty well. At least until I start doing more 3D stuff, but I don't think I'll ever do that. I like 2D. Yeah, right. Let's do the highlights, and then we'll do the hair, eye color, and all that stuff separately. We'll start with the basics here. Dude, how do I color her? So students, your teacher, game dev's teacher, or just you make it sound like that? High school. Wow, they teach you game design in high school. It's like a. It sounds to me like a. I took a extracurricular art class. I imagine it's something like that. That would be all. I would have been all over that if I was a kid. Honestly, I avoided game dev stuff because it was obviously predatory. They were like trying to get the kids who were into video games by like basically getting them bankrupt at a young age. So of course I avoided it. But then here I am, I came back to it later. But I'm self-taught. I've taught myself everything I need to know off YouTube. I like that. That looks pretty good. Get all the skin colors in first. I've had a few younger people come through here. I'm always happy to answer questions. I mostly tell them, start with the shoot 'em up. It's such an easy genre to learn a lot of various things that are all useful. A lot of them want to start with platformers, but that is a challenge. Hey, thanks for the bits. Woo! Look at that. I never get to see this actually work. You dropped a big 100 too. That's great. I made that, by the way. That one's not for sale though, because that uses Mario ad set or Mario sound effects. Because I couldn't be bothered to make my own fireworks sound effect. I had somebody in here, well, I was in their stream for a while. They're just getting started in game dev as well, and they were talking about Godot. It's called Godot, right? I think it's pronounced like that. Seems like a lot of people are getting into that. I was aware of it, but I don't think it was that big when I was searching for stuff. I know the big ones were like Unity and Unreal, and Game Maker Studio was one of the, probably not as big as those two, but it was still sort of well known. I think Godot's a pretty recent one. So I don't know too much about it. I think I'm just waiting one day. I feel like my nephew is going to come to me. I need to be successful by then. Because he definitely has the look of somebody who's into the game dev. We'll see. I called it Godot like robot. Wait, so it's something else? Godot robot. That's how I'm saying it. Is it got it? It might be got it. Godot. He's silent. That's even worse. Godot. It reminds me of like Suikoden. I was pronouncing it Suikoden for a long time. It's Suikoden. Suikoden. Which I like that name better. My own game. My game is called, well, this game's called Gravitas. But my first game, the one that I put on the back burner because it's too big, is called Gazard. And I was calling it Gazard until Romanian animator that is sometimes in here, he called it Gozard. And I was like, oh, that sounds so much nicer when he says it like that. And so I just started calling it Gozard. I like Gozard more. It's funny how that like pronunciation can make such a big difference. Plus, my game Gozard is kind of like a god game, so it makes sense to pronounce it that way too. Honestly, I just called it that because why did I call it Gazard? I was having trouble finding a name that wasn't taken. I mean, that's the main part. I think there's another reason. Oh, it's because it's lizard. It's got lizards in it. Oh, it's God Lizard. That's... Why did I forget that? It's God Lizard. So yeah, it has gods in it, it has lizards in it. That's why I called it Gozard. There's really no better explanation than that. That, and it wasn't taken. Gravitas just sounds cool. And it's a Jaws game. So, yeah, I gotta have Oz in it. And the Gravi part is, well, yeah, it's a space Jaws game, so gravity, obviously. I don't know. I might change it at some point, who knows. I don't think that name's taken though, so that's useful. Do you have any advice in your class for like the more advanced stuff, like copyright? That's the stuff I'm interested in right now that I know very little about. I've been looking up stuff, but I always get like iffy on copyright. Especially for me, I'm making a Jaws clone. It's very much like, I've definitely done my own stuff with all of it, right? But in the store page, should I lead right out the gate with like, inspired by the Jaws game? Because that's kind of my best selling point, is getting that nostalgia for anybody who's played that game. So it would seem like a mistake not to at least try and let them know immediately, hey, if you like Jaws, or you played it as a kid, I did too, and I made a game. Now this is the best video game music ever. Alright, what's her other colors? Good question. Do I go darker or do I go lighter for the hair? You know what, let's look up some reference. That's always a good idea. Well, one of the problems with going too dark is I'm on a black background. So if I make it too black, then it's just going to blend into the background. That won't be good. I'm definitely going to give her some highlights. And I'm thinking, God, I don't know. It's got to be lighter than what is currently on there. Because anything else. Yeah, this submarine that's in this screenshot. I needed some way to explain how you're getting advanced technology, right? So I just went with the weird a mechanic who's so good that they just, you know, produced this super powerful submarine based on, I don't know. It's supposed to be very campy. It's an NES storyline. NES storylines were silly as heck. You've ever seen like Black Manta? Its storyline starts with like, there's a guy who shows up to your house and you're in a ninja costume and he's like, oh no, the kids have been kidnapped. And the ninja's like, not the kids. It's just silly, and I want to get that kind of campiness. So I thought it would work really well to be like, hey, I built you a submarine, or, you know, just like, wow, okay, thanks. You know, it's just something that's just, it's not really logical, it's just silly. So she's supposed to be the one that like provide those silly little buffs. Just how else do I explain you get like a crazy looking submarine or robotic suit? She's basically Steve Urkeling it, right? Should I put a little more highlights on her? I think so. I need like a little more of a tan color in here. Just in the shiny spots. Yeah, it's gonna be challenging to get the right amount of campiness or silliness. I haven't really like, I don't want to go super hard on story because that's against the design philosophy for this was simple and, you know, like retro. Well, the art's not retro, but everything else about the design is. So it's supposed to be easy, basically. So I need to like make an engaging story with the smallest amount possible. And that's gonna be challenging. I don't really like that. I think I'm doing too much. I do need to kind of keep it simple. I'm not gonna do that. No highlights. Yeah, I still didn't decide on hair color though, did I? I could just make her whole hair a different color, like she's dyed it all. Like a, oh, I like a violet or a purple would look really nice. Something like this. I mean, I was gonna give her like some dyed bits Maybe not that. uh, like that, a dark purple. Maybe like that. I mean, if it's not that, what else would it be? It'd have to be like, let's try a few things. I think that's the best philosophy. When you're not quite sure, just try a couple and see what sticks. Alright, so we got a purple. We could try a black, a dark black. I don't think I'm gonna like that one. There's also a brighter color. Yeah, I don't think I'm a big fan of that one. I like the purple the most. The purple makes her kind of bizarre, and that's what I want. Quirky, I guess would be the good word. Alright, well, thanks for stopping by. And thanks for the bits. Bits leader 1. Yeah, I'm going purple. I like purple. I'm so glad I got to see that bits thing. I think that's the first person that's actually donated bits since I made it. I hope it worked right. It should have been only their character that was firing off fireworks, right? I believe so. Yeah, I like this a lot. My ears are starting to hurt. Time is it? 1:47. We got like 2 hours left. We gotta make progress. Need to finish her. I expected to finish this game tonight. How can I never meet my goals? I just made that up. That's hilarious. That would make a good t-shirt. Just like, I expected to do something impossible tonight. Why can I never make my goals? I love that. It's funny. I'm gonna give her like a single one of these strands is gonna be a different color. I don't know what color yet. Maybe pink, maybe green. A lot of things I could do. Yeah, I really like the idea of mechanic. So that means reworking some of my introduction things. As soon as I'm done with these two characters, this is the process I've been deciding, but I'm going to draw these two characters' designs, and you know, most of the poses they'll probably be in. If I had to do another one, that'd be fine. At least I'll have, you know, a good enough reference to know what I'm doing. But yeah, I'm gonna get all these, and then I'm gonna go through the whole. I'm just gonna make like a big, kind of like what I did with the intro there. I'm gonna make a big slideshow of every single frame of cutscene in the game, and I'm gonna figure them all out. I think that's a smart thing to do instead of doing it like piece by piece. And that way I'll be sure moving forward. I was just kind of like winging it before. I think that was a mistake in this instance. Like story, you can't really wing the story too much. You really need a good plan. So what do you think for the highlighted one? Pink or green? I could see either one. Green will go good with the purple, but pink would as well. I have to try them both. I should go too bright here. I think one of the middle ones would be best. Left side or right side? Oh yeah, that matters. If I flip it though, I should really do both sides so that I can flip it without worrying about that bit of continuity. If I wanted to do that, it would just be this crap. It would be this one right here. Make this one green or pink. I'll take too long doing it that way though. Time to use this. Probably should have been doing that from the start, but it's a wavy line. And I had some like gradients on it. Doesn't work very well with the fill tool. Alright, so do that. I don't really like that. At least not that color green if I'm going to do green. I know this is spilling out, but I want to just look at it real quick. I think that looks better. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go back to this point. Damn, it spills really bad. Really bad. What the hell? Oh, because this color is too close to the black. So it's not registering the black, probably. Well, that's annoying. Means I'm going to have to do it by hand. Wait, no. It's because this thing isn't a reference layer anymore? Oh, because I went back so far. That's why. There we go. Thought that was weird. Yeah, that was quick. Do a little cleanup, but I think most of it's there. Well, because it's purple and black, it wouldn't stand out very much anyway. Oh yeah, okay, I think I like that. Do I? God, I really feel like it should just be on one side. It looks weird that it's like a hood now. Yeah, no. Might like that more. I think that's the best one, right in the middle of the head. Alright, yeah, I think that's what I did. One side is going to make it hard to flip the image. Whatever. We'll try and keep it on her right, so my left, most of the time. Having them colored hair here. Guess this is a lot faster. I can just fix the little errors later. Oh, a high school video game development teacher. I didn't think about her eyebrow. Did she dye her eyebrows? Or do I make those brown? I think I make those brown. Because it's weird to dye your eyebrows a color. Right? I think so. I don't know. I dyed my hair once. I didn't dye my eyebrows. That was a weird thing. It was very unusual getting them at the hair salon to dye my hair for me. It hasn't really caught on here like it has in other parts of the world, I guess. Well, one girl, the girl that they said would do it, she was all for it. She loved it. So, not everybody. Alright, her right side, right? My left, okay. And it's middle of the head is what I was saying. So, how many exactly was it? It's like 3 back. Like that only matters in this one. Really just keep them all on here for this. Okay, I should be using this time to think, but I'm not. I'm completely spaced out right now. Also, my drink's getting cold. Warm. The thing I need to think about is how do I change my cutscene? I don't even want to think about that. I should think about that after I design the characters. Fuck it. I'm not even going to think about it. I'm going to stay spaced out. I think this is my true state. Where's my calling? I was born to be spaced out. I guess I really was. I am the definition of a daydreamer. That Looney Tunes commercial. Or, not commercial. Looney Tunes video. Episode. There you go. Had the little kid who was sitting in class daydreaming. That really resonated with me. Always felt like that kid. Daydreaming all the time. Oh yeah, I found that game I was talking about. After that last stream, showed me Mag Max. I was just like, you know what, I should find that other one. I didn't find that. I still don't know what the JRPG is, but I am actually. I looked at some Sega JRPGs, and it might have been a Sega one. I just don't know which one it is. But the one with the dinosaur mech. Let me look at it real quick because I don't remember the name again, but I do have it now. I'll probably play it on stream sometime. It's called Dino Wars: The Destruction of Spondylus. What a name. But it's probably an American translation. But it's, yeah, Dino Wars. I look forward to playing that again. I want to see what it's like. Am I ever going to make a racing game? That's one of the ones that I haven't really had any desire to do. I really liked racing games when... I feel like a lot more when I was younger. But I definitely stopped playing them. The last one I played was Redout, but I didn't play it too long. Before that, it was like Motocross or something on the PlayStation. Played that game like crazy. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was like a dirt bike motorcycle game. There's also one on PC. There's a monster truck game. I remember it had like a Riptor or whatever that big mechanical dinosaur is. We've been to quite a few monster truck rallies here in the South. I've been to my fair share, but I've seen that actual that dinosaur mech or whatever. Pretty cool. Breathes fire. But yeah, it's in the game. I remember that. I remember playing that game a lot. But before that, there's a lot of the SNES racing games that I'd play. F-Zero, Top Gear. Oh, I remember NES had Monster Truck Rally or whatever. Yeah, it was another Monster Truck one. That was fun. There's also another one which it's like little RC cars. I remember they had like oil spills and stuff and weapons. I'm pretty sure it was NES. That was fun. I played some Mario Kart. But not a real big desire to make a racing game. I don't even, like, what would I do if I was to make a racing game? I like playing them, but I don't feel like there's no like pull to do something myself on a racing game. I don't know. Nothing comes to mind at all. I mean, if anything, it would probably be like an F-Zero sort of hover kart game, because that just sounds more my style. Something like sci-fi. Definitely. I don't know. No, there's not really like nothing interesting stands out to me. I like to play them. I don't want to make one. I could talk about all the games that I've... Nah, should I do that? Maybe. I've got a lot of game ideas that I've thought of over the years. that I'd like to do. Could talk about some of them. They're all like just ideas, nothing concrete. So there is one in my head that I've got fleshed out pretty well that I want to make. That one I don't think I'm going to talk about yet. There's definitely a shoot 'em up game. I want to actually make a Plasma Gunners game and release it. I don't know if I just call it the first Plasma Gunners, right? Because technically it would be like the third. But it would be the first that's released, so it might as well just take the name. I have a good idea of what I want to do for it. Well, I have some idea. The key points are, it needs to be slow enough that I don't want to make a bullet hell. Maybe it can later on become a bullet hell, or maybe it can become bullet hell through the through like difficulty settings. But I want it to be more like Darius Twin, what we're listening to, where you have like, you can actually look at what you're fighting. You can look around the stage. I think I wanted to have RPG mechanics to where you actually level up. I think that was something that was always missing from shoot 'em ups. It would be really easy to get, like, you need a reason to destroy all the ships other than to make it clear a path for yourself. I feel like the more you destroy, if you feel like you're getting rewarded with experience, it's just a great idea. Now, what kind of upgrades you get based on your level is a thing that I'd have to figure out. But that's part of the fun of it. But I like that idea. I also like the idea of a dodging mechanic in a shoot 'em up, because that seems to work really well. And then outside of that, mostly just ordinary shoot 'em up. I don't know. I mean, this is a shoot 'em up, isn't it? Sort of. I still don't really know what the genre of this game that I'm making is. Gotta figure that out at some point. I mean, this is basically a shoot 'em up with yeah, it doesn't have bullet hell elements. So this is pretty much what I'm talking about. I never felt the need to put like so many projectiles on the screen or make it super challenging. It was supposed to be simple. It's like an approachable shoot 'em up for like somebody who doesn't play the games, and that's what Jaws was. So yeah, in a way, I've already kind of done that. More spots like that I missed, is there? Yeah, probably fine. Right, what color are the glasses? Are they silver or gold or something else? I like silver. I think we'll do that. Where are my glasses? My glasses are brown. I'm gonna get new glasses sometime. I'm just too broke for them. God, I hope I don't break my glasses ever. But I want to get bigger frame glasses. Every time I go for them, though, I always chicken out. But bigger frame glasses are becoming more stylish. So honestly, it just makes more sense from like a utility standpoint too, to have a nice big field of vision, right? If I'm going to use any excuse to do it, that would be it. I've become a glasses person again. I did a while where I was doing contacts, mostly because I had to wear safety glasses a lot, and like side shields are really annoying. And just glasses you can't take off to clean easily. I don't know. It's just so much easier to wear normal safety glasses and have contacts in. Because you can take your safety glasses off. I really should have got LASIK. I think I missed my opportunity to just get LASIK. I can still do it, but it's so expensive. It's actually kind of better that I've waited so long, because now if I get them, it's less likely that my prescription would change so much that it would be wasted, right? Like my vision will probably get a little bit worse as I get older. But if I had gotten them like 10 years ago, then it'd be 10 years even worse by the time. I'd probably end up in glasses again later on. What kind of gray we got? Something like gray 15, gray 20, gray 20. Gray 25. Or is that 30? 30. Oh, but now I gotta figure out. Oh yeah, I gotta rework all my cutscenes now that I'm putting her on the boat. Like, he's going to survive at the end. I'm not, not gonna kill her off. Watched too many 90s horror movies to do that. And plus, the nerdy guy in Jaws actually survives by hiding under the water. I could even give her like the final kill, just to change things up. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. The idea that I had, or I was working on, was that yeah, just like in Jaws, alien attacks the boat when you get over the meteor. Ends up knocking the captain overboard and he gets eaten. I was gonna do it in a very non-violent way, to have it like him falling with the creature jumping up just behind, so you can kind of infer that, yeah, he's dead. But without showing anything. I don't want the game to have too much violence in it, because this is meant for kids as well as adults. This is a good Christian game. Made by an unbeliever. Heretic. Blasphemer. You know, fun stuff. I did White Eyes with the last guy. I should do that again, right? Probably. Is white too much? I mean, I did it with the last guy. Maybe we tone it down a bit. I do. I did 30. Let's do this, maybe. Yeah, it looks a little bit better. It's kind of white. Tone it down a bit. I think her eye color is just going to be like dark brown. Because colorful eyes get a lot of showtime already. I get a lot of like brown-eyed people. Alright, I'm gonna forget all these colors. It was 15% gray. And this for the rim of the glasses. Trying to like put this in a way that I remember what it is. I got eye color, pupil color, and then rim color. Also never put that pink in there. Color. Do that too. I might have, I feel like I did, and it must be on the wrong layer. That's possible. We'll find it sooner or later. Actually, they're all open, so that shouldn't be a thing. I think I'll do brown for eyes. This dark brown is what I use for the eyeball. Or eyebrows, I mean, yeah. We do the smart thing and fucked it on the wrong layer. Lip color, honestly, I don't want to go lighter. I don't want to give her lipstick. She's supposed to be a mechanic. She's a quirky mechanic, so I guess she could wear lipstick, but natural lip color. And kind of taking whatever hers was. I won't be able to see it. She does have some pink in her lips. I'm going to put some highlights on that. I'll do black here. Do that. here's the real question. Do I have these two characters fall in love? I don't like the trope, but I kind of like the... Maybe it fits for the game. I don't know. I don't think I like it. I think it's fine if that happens later on, but not as a result of the events of the game. Yeah, not gonna do that. I'm getting the feminism. Yeah, that's the thing that I haven't touched on. But there is something to be said about like a lot of women in stories made by men, which I happen to be, are put in to just be like a love interest for the hero character. And I agree with that. We can just say right now, yeah, they might end up together in the future, but it won't be on the in the game. What color do I draw a T? Bright white, or I'll be at 15% again. Well, the impossible beauty standards. Perfectly white teeth. Here I was trying to be woke. Not really. I do think I said that twice, but I want to say it again because I don't know how to start this sentence without saying it. But women do seem to get a bad, like, what's the word here? Yeah, I'm drawing a blank. A bad rap? A bad... They don't seem to be, I don't know, they're not done very well, especially in video games. I mean, they, you know, that's been changing a lot, but I remember one of my favorite video game woman is Aya Bree from Parasite Eve. She is just such a badass in that game. There's hardly like, there's not like women tropes in it, right? But they clearly added stuff like that. They did do some like some suggestive promotional art, but in the game there's nothing really like that. He's just a really cool character, very no nonsense and gets the work done. Great character. But yeah, in the sequels to it, they completely destroyed all that. They ended up making her like a weak person Um, they paired her together with this heroic type man. Oh yeah, I hate the sequels to Parasite Eve. They really just take everything good about the the character and ruin it. She is really great in wrong one in the first game, but they do not do her justice in the sequels. And they keep getting worse too. Like, yeah, it gets worse and worse with each sequel. Eventually, there's like shower scenes and stuff. Bloody Roar is like that too. Bloody Roar had such great like character designs in the first one, the first like two or three, and then they started like sexualizing every person in it. I guess to just stay more. I don't know. I mean, they were having trouble selling stuff, and sexualizing the main character that they put on the cover seemed to have worked too. So you can't. I mean, how much can you blame them? They're just trying to make money. But it's a shame. They have like a very like realistic woman fighter in the first game. I'd love to pull up an image of her to actually show it. I don't remember her name though. She's the boar character, I know that much. Yes. There we go. Yeah, look at this girl. This is from a fighting game, PS1. This is their female character. She's a total badass. And she's not like, I mean, okay, they had another one that was a bunny rabbit, which even she wasn't that bad. At least she had like all her clothes on, I think. But yeah, it's such a great character. I never see this stuff in fighting games. Now they're all like big-titted goddesses, but that's a fighting girl. Kick your ass. She's a construction worker, I think. It's just a badass. I love it. Bloody Roar is such a good game. Or a franchise. Before it went really bad, Capcom. Yeah, typical Capcom things. I'll save that picture. I like it. I need to make a... You know what? I'm doing this inclusivity thing. I need to actually, like... put my pen where my mouth is. And I need to make a girl like that show up in one of my games, too. I'm not going to do any beautiful women. Well, except for her. She's beautiful. I mean, I'm not going to do any, like, Barbies, I guess. Only the men can be Adonises. I was thinking that in my head. I had to get it out. Because it does go the other way, too. But I think you see a lot more ugly men in games than you see ugly women. Or, okay, let's say not traditionally beautiful men and women. Or, I don't know, you know what I mean. Tifa's a good female character, isn't she? I don't know, she's got some... She's definitely like the girl next door for Cloud. But I love that she's like the character that does martial arts in the game. A badass. Her personality's not too bad. I think Tifa's a pretty good character. I like Eris too. Actually, I come around to like Eris a lot more than I liked her the first time. I think she's a character that grows on you the older you get. You realize just how kind-hearted she is. This is Top Gear, right? Top Gear is one of these games I didn't remember at all. No, this is F-Zero. Never mind. Well, this is a bad example because I couldn't even remember it, but Top Gear is one of those games that I couldn't remember at all that I'd even played it until I heard the music and I was like, oh, but this is not it. This is an F-Zero one. I don't remember which one this is. It's like Sand Dunes. I have trouble. Big Blue. I have trouble like because I listen to these songs so much. They're less nostalgic for me now. Now it's like the music from my streams because I usually listen to this music on my streams. So it's becoming harder and harder to like peg what game it was from because I just listen to it so much, all combined. There's some that I'll never forget, like Wild Arms and Final Fantasy music, Neverwinter stuff. Mostly like the retro, really retro stuff. Becomes hard to distinguish exactly which game it's from. that's Wild Arms. Don't ever forget Wild Arms music. No, I changed the lip color. Oops, I completely... My bad. Thought it was weird. No, I don't know which one I like more. The dark lips look nice too. I'll go back to this. Doing that. I feel weirder about doing these lighter color lips if I didn't just directly pull it off of a reference photo. I know. Doing that. There's a few more things to do. I gotta do highlights. Oh, and shadows. I didn't do any of that. And then do shading yet. Let's do that first. What happened? I'm on the wrong one right now. Yes, I am. See what happened. Should I shade each of these hairs? Like, I didn't give our main guy any highlights or anything, right? I did it in the eyes, but no like hair. Well, I did, yeah, I did shade his hair, so I gotta shade hers. Ah, it's gonna be a bitch. The shade in here. Curvy line shading too. I have no idea what that was from. Oh, that's Silent Hill. It sounds like something from an anime. But it's not. This is YouTube music. To me, this is digital art music. I don't think I'm technically supposed to be using this song without crediting the artist. Do that real quick. Let me. This line. This is Gunnar Olsen. There you go. I credited you in the YouTube audio library. I don't know the name of it. I just know the guy. Oh, it's called Never Sleep. Gunnar Olsen, Never Sleep. There you go. Credited it. I did my job. I don't think he cares. He uploaded it to YouTube, that he gets a credit in every video. He most likely has not been credited in most of the videos that used his song. I did credit all the ones that asked to be credited in my digital art videos though. So I'm using it for free in my streams, but well, I did make an attempt at one point. It'd be nice to make my own music for Gravitas so that I can use it for all my notifications and stuff. I don't have to worry about getting copyright claimed on any of that. Even though, you know, I'll get copyright claimed on my own music. That'll definitely happen. Then I can sue that, which will never happen because they're judgment proof. And they probably live in like India or some shit. And then I'll get their address, track them down. No, okay. That's the Jay and Silent Bob thing, right? I want to watch that movie again. It's like, why don't you? You're rich now. Why don't you just track them down and go to their house and kick their ass? That's exactly what they do. Hilarious. No, this is Neverhood. Every time it's a weird ass song, it's Neverhood. I'm not going to do the top of the frame, just the bottom. I'm not going to do the nostril either. Do I do the lip? I don't think I need to shade the lip. Maybe the bottom of it. Yeah. Maybe. I guess. We'll do the bottom. So, bottom of the nose, the tip of the nose, bottom of the lip, bottom of the eyeglass. Bottom of the eyebrows. We're following a theme. Alright, let's do that again. Over here. I love the neighborhood. Such a fun game. It's so bizarre. That's what makes it so special. I'm surprised nobody's really tried chasing after the neighborhood. I mean, it's a lot of work to make a claymation video game. There's a lot of claymation stuff that's in retro. One of my favorites, Primal Rage, was at claymation. Though it wasn't quite, it's not really claymation, it's just clay models. I guess it was claymation too. It doesn't feel like claymation in any way. I don't know. Might have been a blend of the two. I know it was based off of clay models, but I mean, it was pictures of clay models too. So it was technically claymation. I don't know if they did like all the animations though. They might have drawn some of it. I don't know. I watched a fun documentary thing on it, but I don't remember that part. Fucked up right at the end there. Fix it. There's other ones too. I know there's a very popular one, fighting game with clay figures. Clay Fighter? Is that it? Yeah, it sounds like it. I hope I don't have to draw this character too many more times. Regretting the wavy dreadlocks. I mean, I didn't have to shade them all. I chose this. I did this to myself. I think Killer Instinct might have had clay models too. It definitely felt kind of clay-like. Might have just been an early 3D type, pre-rendered style. There's a lot of pre-rendered stuff in Killer Instinct. This will probably always get drawn over with something, but I'll draw the line there just in case. I got 1 hour to finish this. I think I'll do it. I'm not gonna get started on the next guy though. I have to do him tomorrow. At least I can call this stream character design, because that's really all we did. We didn't do cutscenes. That in this one. Oh, it's gonna be a lot harder to change her expressions. And think about that. I mean, yeah, she's got one like she's smiling. Oh well, just gonna have to do it. Started with a mostly neutral expression. Well, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, she smiles a lot. Probably would have been smarter to just give her a smile in every one of these pictures. Because I don't think there'll be a cutscene that she's not either smiling or focused intently on whatever she's working on. Those are the two expressions I imagine her having. I don't know how you do focused intently, though. It's definitely an expression and an emotion. That's probably what I'm doing right now. I don't have time for pain. Work, damn it. This is shit. I did find a place on Discord that put out like a resume, a now hiring thing. Thought about it. Might could do that. I don't know if I could get a job working game dev as a part-timer. I'm sure I could without having to relocate or anything. But I don't know. I just don't know how I feel about working for somebody else on this kind of thing. I don't think I'm wild on the idea, but I mean, it would be better than the part-time job I got now. I don't know. It would also give me like good experience that would help me out with what I do. And it'd be nice to meet some like-minded companions that actually wanted to work together. I've met a lot of like-minded people on Twitch, but nobody that wants to like collab or anything. Raw Rita was the only one that suggested collabing. We did it for a little bit, but it didn't work out because schedules. I'll definitely use this expression. Nice one, like very questioning. Sure, I can find a place in a cutscene for that. Yet. I did try to sign up for a game jam at one point, but nobody ever like picked me. It was like one of those. If I was going to do a game jam, I'd like to work with other people. I would definitely be open to working with others because then it's just like short little project. You know, I have my little job. I think that would be the perfect kind of place to work with others. I don't really have to worry about a long project. That really does sound fun, and if there's anything, I probably should try and apply for more of those. See if I can get together with the team. Probably work as their artist or programmer. I could do either. Or I could just like apply to work as their audio guy. really force myself to learn audio fast. Now, that's probably a bad idea. I think you need to have at least a basic understanding before you try and do a game jam when you're really put on the pressure. I don't know, some game jams take place like over a month or so. They give you time to learn as you go. All that sounds fun, but it means taking more time off from this, so it's not really a viable thing. Didn't we just listen to this song? No way that's possible. World Spirit Map. I don't even know what this is from. The title, usually my titles have the games in them, but when it comes to music, it does funny things with like titles, album music, and the name of the song are all different things. So I have no idea what song this is. Oh, this might be another one of those YouTube music. That's why I can't think of it. Yeah, I think this is another YouTube one. It doesn't have any information on the song at all. Just called World Spirit Map. Pretty sure it's a YouTube thing. I would like to listen to my own music again. That's one big problem with streaming. I mean, the game music's fine and all, but sure is nice to listen to like radio kind of songs. I've got such a big playlist of them. I got them all for Twitch, and then, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. A lot of copyright stuff happened. Now it's just too dangerous to stream with copyright music. End up getting your channel banned. I want that. Can't change the name now, it's on everything. I don't know. If I'm in the mood to stream, I'll stream. Otherwise, probably will do some more just on my own stuff. But I don't know. Lately, I've just been feeling like streaming. I think I need to. If I didn't have to upload it to YouTube, that's the big thing. It's hard to do anything else with the stream if it's going on YouTube. But I'd love to have, like, watch YouTube videos or something like I used to do. I just can't, I wouldn't in good conscience put those on YouTube. Then again, there are a couple popular Twitch streamers that love putting reaction stuff, right? Other people's content and their content. I think it's kind of scummy. I don't want to do it. Not for like uploading to YouTube. I'm totally fine streaming it, you know. But the second I upload it to YouTube, it's like I'm using somebody else's content for my own gain. But really, I'm just watching it because I want to. We're almost there. One more. Save. Always be saving. Got this huge watch later playlist on YouTube. Need to get through. Starting to stack up. Like I might do that next stream. I mean, I planned on this one not going to YouTube, but I'm gonna do it anyway. But I think next stream we're gonna go through my YouTube videos, so I'm not gonna upload it to YouTube. Probably. It's hard for me to say anything for certain. I'm so wishy-washy. I had to set up the stream again to have a little window on the side that captures the YouTube window. I like it. It's kind of like you get to watch a YouTube video along with me, and I can make comments on what's going on in the YouTube video. It's fun. It is kind of like a reaction stream, but there's art in the background as well. Plus, you know, I don't stream to thousands of people, so it's not like I'm really stealing views in any way from content creators. Still thinking about what I'm going to do with her in the final scene. Trying to think of something interesting. The problem here is she's not the diver like you know, the guy in Jaws was. So he had a good out to where he just went and hid somewhere underwater. This role is going to be reversed though. He's supposed to be the one in the boat. I don't like her just went hiding in a corner or something. Give her something better than that. Could do something to remove her from the boat just before the fight as like part of the opening cutscene. Like she's doing something that requires her to get off the boat, so she's not there with the two when they get attacked. I think that might be the best way to go. I gotta think of like, what is it she's doing? Why did she get off the boat? It's gotta have something to do with the finale. She's getting off the boat to set up whatever is needed to kill this alien. And things just don't go as planned. Horrible line. It's hard to draw up and to the right because my pen's in the way. I wonder if Miyamoto ever played Croc. Like, he knew the developers. The developers inspired him when it came to making Super Mario or making Mario 3D. You think you would have tried playing the game, right? Okay, I'm not going to use a large shade on that. I decided that on my other character, so it's just going to stay like this, but we do have some highlights for her. Let's do those. Her lips and her glasses, I want to have highlights on it. I really like the way this picture did highlights on glasses. Oh, and her eyeballs. So yeah, this is just like I would do like that. What's the best way to do it? Well, I can do this. Look, that makes her eyes too shiny. What's going on with this? I guess that's fine. But the glasses are just like this little crescent in the bottom corner. Be like real close to the rim though. This is an interesting way to do highlight on glasses I never really thought of. Usually I would do like the top corner thing, like a bubble. I think I shouldn't use white on the lips. That's what I'm screwing up. I should just use a lighter pink. It's unfortunate because I've already done it here. But there's no shading on that, so I can fix that pretty easy. Leave my old pink, this one. Go to the right one. Oh right, it's not even a thing, so I just erase it. Yeah, I think white is too shiny, and that's why it makes it look like lipstick. This needs to be just a light pink color based off of this color. Something like that. White. Oh, because it's a hard light. Changing it. It's pretty close though. A little bright. Do that. I really like this way of doing glass rims. What else could I do here? I think some more shadow under the neck. Like I don't think I had enough in this guy either. Then again, doesn't really look like he needs more shadow under the neck. He does. And again, she will have a t-shirt. I don't know. Let's do the. Honestly, I should use this like marquee type shading. I haven't done that in a long time because you can't really do that kind of shading when you do animation. It's totally fine for illustration. What's going on? Oh, I'm on the wrong one. You're way too dark. I don't know. It needs something though. I don't have to do all of it, but I definitely need to do this part. Maybe a bit along the side too. I don't know. Let's try just doing it with my airbrush.
Well, I heard this once, and it might be true. At home is with you, wherever you may go, wherever you may go. Twilight fades, and I roam to seek the place I call my City streets guiding me, crowds in the way, nameless people move like ticking clocks. We step in time as night descends, we fall in line. Oh my God.
Yeah, I think it looks fine on her. It just looks bad on like white skin, but it actually looks pretty good on black skin or dark skin. Thing here is don't overdo it. That's too dark. I should trust my eyes more. Then again, tend to overshade. I do that, so not that simple. Honestly, this one just bugs the hell out of me. I'm gonna fix it. There we go. Just too long. Alright. Let's resize this to fit kind of with that guy. Take a while to process. There we go. A little more. I'm wondering, have I done more for her than I did for him? I don't think so. Alright. One more of them to go. Should I come up with a name now? I think we're just gonna go with the temp names. Mechanic. Future. And captain. What am I gotta do next? Well, I'm pretty happy with the way that turned out. Yeah, she looks interesting. Her hair's shorter from the side. That's kind of weird. And we're like right at 4 o'clock. Okay, so tomorrow we'll do the other guy. Maybe I should do a regular stream for it as well. I don't know, I'll decide. Depends on how I'm feeling. I might be bored of music. Alright. That's it though. I'm ending the stream here. Thank you for watching if you sat through 5.5 hours of this. Or you just skip to the end, that's cool too. Whatever. Alright. Later.